play the quarry course, you say it's kind of like you're playing on the moon or whatever.
Yeah.
You've got to see the boulders. It's literally giant boulders everywhere. It is a beautiful, beautiful setting.
The boulders. Is it a
Boulders?
I know how to spell boulder. Just wondering if it's.
I don't know. I don't know if you do. Your spelling is often suspect.
Is it a resort? Is it a?
It looks like it's a resort, but bouldersclub.com is the website. I mean, it's a desert course with boulders.
I think those qualify as boulders indeed. Yeah.
Appropriately named.
Yeah.
Appropriately named. It's gorgeous. Absolutely.
Yeah, I got to tell you, desert golf. I like desert golf. I think Florida golf overrated, desert golf underrated, up north golf the best.
Yeah,
carve through woods.
What's the chance of I don't golf. You guys know this. I mean, I don't know if you guys have golfed a lot in the desert, but snakes.
Oh, dude. I mean, when I played it, when you hit the ball out of bounds, there are little tiny signs that say, "Do not get this golf ball." I played 7.
Do not get this ball.
I played 7 canyons in Sedona. I think it was called 7 Canyons. Unbelievable. It's like golfing in a national park. The first hole, out of bounds. I drive the cart down there. I'm like, there it is. And there's like 20 others score. And I see the little sign. I'm like, oh, yeah. But that's a Pro V.
Yeah.
No, wait.
So the other 19, but don't worry about it.
That's an egg, actually.
Is that hatching?
It's a snake egg.
Where's Mama Snake? Where's Mama coming? Is Mama coming?
Let's go inside Allen Park next with the Birchie Kid. That is straight ahead here on 97.1 The Ticket. Archie Kidd joins us from Allen Park, as he does every Friday at this time for the very latest. How's Little Legend doing these days?
Oh, he's doing great. He's on the move. He's trying to get vertical as much as possible, which is terrifying. And he's expanding quickly. So you know what it's like, Doug.
Oh,
and so do you, Gator, having a dog.
Oh, yeah.
How old is Little Legend these days?
He's 10 months old, coming up on 11 months. He was born last October. So he exists in a world where the Lions are only Super Bowl contenders. So, I mean, he's a spoiled brat already.
All right, let's talk injuries. Any updates on any players? A lot of guys limited and some guys not practicing, specifically in the secondary.
Yeah, so Terrion Arnold was back in practice today. That's encouraging. He had missed Wednesday and Thursday just with an illness. So obviously all signs point to him playing on Sunday. Even Aaron Glenn hinted at him covering Marvin Harrison Jr., so I fully expect him to play. Alex Anzalone, who returned yesterday in limited capacity after being in concussion protocol, still is in protocol. The last fifth hurdle for him to clear to exit protocol is to respond favorably to football activity. I think that's what they're testing today. So hard to say on him, probably until tomorrow for sure. Graham Glasgow, who had a rest day Wednesday, is back out there. He's good to go. Full practice participant all week. Same for St. Brown. Melifonwu still has not practiced this week, did not practice today. He might be an IR candidate as the season unfolds, but Dan Campbell did say he's progressing. And Ennis Rakestraw also no practice today after injuring his hamstring in pregame warmups last week. But all told, a pretty encouraging practice report entering Game 3 of the season.
Is there concern through the first couple games here with Terrion Arnold and the pass interference calls, or is this just, hey, look, they're growing pains, it's going to happen? Some of it may be ticky-tack, and others might be just it's a learning program.
Yeah, I don't think there's much concern internally. There might be externally, but I also thought it was interesting, something that Carlton Davis told us recently, which is that as a physical kind of press man corner, and he and Arnold both played the same way, in his rookie season, he experienced the same problems, and he would often feel targeted by referees, and he was a victim of a lot of questionable pass interference calls. He said as that season went on and as his career went on and referees around the league understood how he played, they afforded him more leeway when it came to some contact down the field. Now, Arnold does need to get his head around sooner when he's in coverage and probably needs to be a little bit less handsy down the field, but I think those things will be ironed out as this season progresses.
Dan Campbell spoke today. What's the most interesting thing he had to say?
Well, look, he came in and he was fired up. They had just gone through their walkthrough, and Friday is Red Zone Day. And he said even in the walkthrough, everyone was champing at the bit to get rid of the taste in their mouth from last week when they obviously went 1 for 7 in the red zone. So he was kind of pounding the podium. He was kind of huffing and puffing. These guys are so eager to get to practice today, to attack those red zone issues, and to hopefully come out on Sunday as a more polished product in the red zone. So that jumped out to me for sure.
He didn't give away what the game plan or tell what they're planning on changing by chance, did he?
No, he was asked over and over again, what do you plan to do on 2nd and 3 from the 18? He just refused to divulge that for some reason. Not entirely sure why. He also noted that this feels like the perfect time for this team to go on the road. He said, there's really nothing better, as great as it is to play in front of, I would argue, the best home field advantage in the NFL. To be in the bunker and you got nothing but each other and probably 20,000 Lions fans on Sunday, but on the sidelines, nothing but each other. That's a real bonding agent for a team, and it feels like the right time for these guys to hit the road and hopefully come back with a win.
People always flip out when you have to take on a quarterback that has the ability to run. It's one thing to be mobile and move around in the pocket, but it's another thing when you can just take off and use a 4.4 speed that you have like Kyler Murray does. How much of a concern do you think that is for the Lions, and how much does the experience of last week taking on Baker Mayfield help them with this week against Kyler Murray?
Yeah, I don't know. I'm wary of comparing Baker Mayfield and Kyler Murray. I mean, Kyler Murray is a legitimate rushing threat. I think Baker does it out of necessity, and he definitely carved him up, in fact, on 2 snaps in a row to score a touchdown. But the defense's struggles under Aaron Glenn defending mobile quarterbacks are real. And I know it's probably easy to say, well, everyone struggles against mobile quarterbacks, and that's true to an extent, but I want to offer you guys a but here. I was just looking up some numbers. Justin Fields against the Lions in 22 and 23, 4 games, 110 rushing yards per game against the Lions. Against everyone else in that span, 56 rushing yards per game, so half as much rushing production. Jalen Hurts against the Lions in 2022, 90 rushing yards. Against everyone else that year, 46 rushing yards, half as much rushing production. Patrick Mahomes last year against the Lions, 45 rushing yards. Against everyone else that year, 22 rushing yards, half as much production. So there is a clear issue with this defense, and you can diagnose it as not wanting to use a quarterback spy, as losing contain, as not being disciplined enough with their rush lanes, but it's real, and on Sunday, they're going to have to overcome it. And for me, it's just about awareness, and as Hutchinson said a number of times this week, rush lane integrity, because the minute you allow Murray to see a crease, he's going to hit it. And right now, he looks a lot like 2018 Heisman Kyler Murray.
So if you were to implement a spy of some sort, who would be the leading candidate to do so?
It's a great question. When Aaron Glenn was asked about that very concept yesterday, he bristled at the notion and basically said, turn on the tape and see what happens when teams try a quarterback spy. I guess Buffalo tried it against Murray to no avail. I don't know who it would be. I assume a linebacker, but that also exposes you to vacancies in the middle of the field if you're going to have one linebacker just locked in on Kyler Murray. I think there are enough playmakers now on this defense where you don't have to do that, and I would be surprised, given Aaron Glenn's response yesterday, if they do.
Well, I'm hoping they can do to him what they did to Baker Mayfield. And like you said, they're different quarterbacks, but if they can hold him to under 200 yards passing and under 50 yards rushing like they did to Baker, that's a win for the defense. And I love with the defense, and especially that you just mentioned, like Terrion Arnold's back, and it sounds like some of the guys are going to be healthy and in uniform. This is a great data point, is whether or not this defense will be better, because Arizona's offense for 2 weeks through the air and on the ground has been great.
Yeah, they've been really good, and obviously a lot of the talk is focused on Kyler Murray. That's going to happen when you post a literally perfect passer rating last week, but I think as you guys mentioned earlier in the show, they've been just as impressive running the ball, and it's, as much as Kyler Murray's numbers might look like his Heisman campaign at Oklahoma, their usage of him is much different than it was in college, and really than it's been in the NFL. It was mostly shotgun in college. It's much more under center, heavy personnel, a lot of play action, a lot of boots, a lot of heavy downhill run game, and he's using that to his advantage when he does throw, especially via play action. This team won't abandon the run, even on passing downs, a little bit like the Lions when they get the ball rolling with Montgomery and Gibbs. And James Conner, man, is a tree. Like, and I'm not talking like a birch tree. I mean, like, he's got some oak to him. He is a maple tree. And defenders bounce off him. So the Lions better come ready to wrap up on Sunday.
Shots fired against birch trees.
Yeah.
Well, hey, I can say it. I'm part of the family. I am a birch myself, so I am allowed to make those judgments.
The Lions quarterback, Jared Goff, he's come under some fire so far for the first couple games of the season, turned the ball over more than people thought he would. He's the quarterback of this team, and not getting the team in the end zone, only 1 out of 7 last week. Have you heard anything about how he has practiced this week, and if they kind of fine-tuned some things that they thought were issues?
Yeah, so I actually caught up with Jared after his media scrum on Wednesday, and I just wanted to ask him a little bit more about this idea, this theme that we've heard that he did too much on Sunday, in Sunday's loss to the Bucs, because I think all of us saw the same thing, and I just wanted to know from his perspective on what plays, what throws he felt like he did that. And Jared is always accountable. You guys know this, but I think for the first time, I heard him like really critical of himself when we were talking. He said 2 throws stand out. Obviously, the fourth quarter interception when he just flings a back foot pass under pressure. It's really no one in particular that's picked off. Another one to St. Brown down the sideline, I believe, in the second quarter, where, again, he's under pressure. And in both cases, if he just takes a sack, that's not a bad play. Instead of lofting the ball up that should be picked or was picked, he said the second pass to St. Brown should have been intercepted. And he said, look, it's dumb. It's really stupid. He said sometimes he's so conscious of not taking sacks, not taking negative plays, that he allows that to override his ball security. And he said that can never happen. That always has to be priority number one. So as far as practicing this week and playing Sunday, I would expect him to place a premium on taking care of the ball. Because, look, guys, Jared Goff, when he plays within himself, is a top 10 quarterback in the NFL. I think the numbers back that up. When he tries to play beyond his own capabilities, as he did last Sunday, I think he's more like a bottom-tier quarterback, more like the quarterback the Rams gave up on. When he does not throw a pick, the Lions are 15-5 since 2022. When he does, they're 7-9. If he takes care of the ball on Sunday, this offense should be just fine.
TV's Will Birchfield. Catch him on Fox 2 Sportswork and Lions Game Day Live. And, of course, read his stuff at 971theticket.com. Follow him on Twitter at Birchie_Kid. Thank you, Birch Kid. We appreciate it.
You got it, boys. Talk to you next time.
There he is, former Flying Fish member, Will Birchfield. It's Carson Anderson, Open Lines. Let's get some Tiger talk going. And next hour, another edition of Are You Going to Eat That? 97.1 The Ticket.
Hey, it's great to see our teams in the D back to their winning ways, just like the team at Sarah Chevrolet Southfield. Sarah Chevrolet is making sure the customers win on every deal. And the deals at Sarah Chevrolet Southfield are unbelievable. Starting with the Equinox EV, it's only $178 a month. The Blazer EV, only $239 a month. The Chevy Trax is only $259 a month, and the Shelby Silverado is only $299 a month. And all these unbeatable payments with only $999 down. That's taxes and fees included. There's no games, no gimmicks. It's just great winning deals for the customers. Need more money for your trade-in? Sarah Chevrolet Southfield has you covered. They treat trade-ins like a highly sought-after free agent. Big money. That's right. Huge money for your trade. Up to $2,000 more. Paying too much for service, only to feel like you're left in the cheap seats? Sarah Chevrolet Southfield will have you feeling like you're sitting on the 50-yard line. Service is open every Saturday. Free loaner vehicles available. No appointments necessary. Sarah Chevrolet Southfield will get you in and out quickly. Sarah Chevrolet Southfield at 696 and Telegraph.
That's because they got one of their best pitchers in the deal, undecided.
The guy's incredible.
Undecided has been so money. He came in return for Jack Flaherty. We didn't know we were getting undecided, but we got undecided, and undecided has been money.
Yeah, and we got a shortstop who's reliable.
That's true.
As a fielder and come up with some big hits.
248-539-9797. Mike, you're on 97.1 A Ticket. What's up, Mike?
Hey, guys. How we doing?
We're great, Mike. Thank you.
Hey, first of all, rest in peace, Hugh. Sorry for your loss, Gator.
Thank you. I appreciate it, Mike.
Keep you guys in my prayers there for the family. I've got an important question that I need your guys' help with, and I figured it's a perfect topic that only two gentlemen like yourselves could help me with. But
this is going to be interesting.
Here we go.
Right at about the time that I canceled my Bally subscription is when these guys got red hot. And I would love to watch these games going down the stretch, but I'm terribly afraid that I'm going to be the jinx that ruins it if I decide to re-up for my Bally subscription. So I was hoping to get your input on this question and maybe even 10 texts to figure out what the heck I should be doing going forward.
So, Gator, this is right up your alley.
Sure. No, I get it. Mike, where do you live?
I live in Commerce Township.
Okay. Listen, you've got a million bars you can go to. I'm just going to tell you, that's where you're going to watch the games. You're going to have to go to an establishment, sit back, enjoy the game, get to know the bartenders, get to know what bar food you're going to like there. That's how it's going to have to be. You cannot, absolutely cannot.
Can't risk it.
No, you can't. Don't do that. There's
that's
9 games left. Leaning. You don't do it.
So you do know they're on Apple TV tonight.
I do, yeah. I think 6 of the last 9 games are on Bally's, but the other 3 are, I think, on national television maybe. So that was part of the equation, but really it's just, like I said, I know I'm going to be the one. So it's going to be me.
Got to do your part, Mike.
And these guys, I got to do my part. These guys have been playing too well, and undecided has just been tearing it up. So I got to let them keep rolling.
There you go.
I got a text yesterday. I got to do that, Matt. Yeah. Appreciate the call, Mike. I got a text yesterday. I want to do the math. When they went dark, when the plug got pulled on the TV deal midway through this season, what was their record when they were dark, and what is their record when they are on Bally's? Because I suspect that their record when they're on Bally's is really good. Because did they go dark June 1st? Or was it May 1st? Do you remember?
I want to say it would have been May, but I'm not certain of that.
And they came back August 1st, right?
And I don't know. Which one are you looking up right now?
I'm looking up when they lost their TV deal. May 1st. Okay? So on May 1st, the Tigers' record going into at the end of April, they were 17-13.
Okay.
So they were 4 games over.
And they came back August 1st. I just looked that up.
Okay. And so 17-13 when they went dark. They come back.
They were 52-58 after August. On August 1st, the record is 52.
Okay, what was the record? Since that game was on TV, right? August 1st was on TV?
Yeah.
So what was the record on the last day of July?
52-57.
52-57. All right, so now the record is
73.
73. So that's 16 losses and what's that? 28 wins. So their record when they're on TV is 45-23.
That's a little crazy. Look, we know that they've been. Well, listen, it shouldn't be though. I mean, well, it is crazy, but we should know that it's crazy because we've been hearing for the last week that they've had the best record in baseball since like August 11th, which is true because that's when they started winning games. On August 10th, after they lost to San Francisco 3-1, the record was 55-63. So now they're 80-73. They've lost 10 games since. Is that it? Are you kidding me?
This is absurd. They're 45-23 when they're on TV, when they have their cable deal, they're struck with Xfinity. When they weren't on TV, they went 35-50.
They're 24-10 since August 11th.
It's crazy. It's absolutely
It's
crazy.
awesome.
It is awesome. And they open up this series tonight with Baltimore, which I've set my new,
25 and 10.
trying to be as realistic as I can be. You know, if they lose ground to Minnesota this weekend, I hope it's only a game. If I'm a Twins fan and I look at the Tigers schedule, I feel like if I'm a Twins fan, we better be up a game or two by the time the Tigers take on the White Sox. Nothing is given. There is nothing given. But if you're a Minnesota fan, you do not want to be even with Detroit when Minnesota closes the season with Baltimore and Detroit closes the season with the White Sox. That is not a formula that I would want if I were a fan of the Minnesota Twins.
No. So the Twins are at the Red Sox tonight.
Yeah.
First of 3.
Red Sox still have something to play for.
They do, but they need to win desperately.
Yep.
And then Kansas City is at home against the Giants. And Kansas City's not playing great baseball right now either. So is it possible? It's one game, right? One game tonight. It's just one game tonight.
Apple TV. And Sunday, what an epic day.
This is so much fun. Nobody thought this was going to happen.
Epic day Sunday, 1:35 Tigers at Baltimore, 4:20 Lions at Arizona. Speaking of which, Gator, we're going to do a little something here. If you could only do one road trip this weekend, would it be to Boston to see Michigan State play BC? Would it be to Arizona to see the Lions take on the Cardinals? Or would it be to Baltimore to see the Tigers take on the Orioles? What would be your road trip? Football is king. Boston and Baltimore are awesome towns. For the respective fan bases, this all feels big. It all feels big. So which road trip would you choose? 248-539-9797. We'll take the first 10 texts. Maybe tell us why. And make sure you sign your text. Which one would you choose?
I'd go Baltimore.
Would you?
Yeah, and it's personal. Obviously, I'm a huge baseball fan. I love football too. But I've been to Baltimore. I love the Inner Harbor.
Dude.
It's great. And I've been to that stadium. That stadium is great. To watch my team play in that stadium.
In meaningful baseball games.
I'd love to do that.
I mean, we're not quite there yet, ready, set, puke baseball, but I felt it the other night when Kansas City sent the tying run to the plate, and I was terrified. Like, these are words I don't want to hear right now. 8th inning, Tigers had led most of the game. I'm like, this is really intense. 248-539-9797. All right, first 10 texts. Which road trip would you do? Would you go to Baltimore for Tigers Baltimore? Would you go to Arizona for Lions Cardinals? Or would you go to Boston for Michigan State BC? 248-539-9797. Get your phone calls and feedback next. Another edition of Are You Going to Eat That coming up next hour as well. And we got some picks today at 1:38 here on 97.1.
The Tigers start a pivotal series with the Orioles tonight. Corbin Burns on the mound for Baltimore. He's been sharp the last three, but did go through a tough stretch a few weeks back. O's broadcaster Jeff Arnold weighed in on what has been better. Hear the game right here on 97.1 The Ticket, pregame at 6:40. Dan Campbell said that Terrion Arnold is trending the right way to play against the Cardinals this week, but today would be a big day for him as well. Graham Glasgow is also good to go. The only players that missed practice today, Iffy Melifonwu and Ennis Rakestraw. Lions owner Sheila Hamp was named as a part of Sports Illustrated's 50 most influential figures in sports. Quote, it wasn't too long ago that the Ford family was inundated with persistent calls from Lions fans to sell the team. The loud chants at Ford Field helped the faithful endure a 66-season championship drought. Those protests have quieted over the last few seasons. The reason for that shift in tune, Hamp, end quote. Joel Embiid has agreed to a 3-year, $192 million deal with the 76ers. His career earnings are now just behind LeBron, Steph Curry, and Paul George for fourth in NBA history, just over $500 million. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Yep, 97.1, Doug Carr, Scott Anderson. Another fabulous football weekend ahead. Love it. Absolutely love it. Now we got baseball, too. I can't. This is one of the great, again, bonus sports stories ever. All of a sudden, the town is Tiger crazy. We did the 10 text thing before the break, asking you which road trip would you choose to do if you were going to head out. And it was whether it was go to the Tiger game in Baltimore, go to a Tiger game in Baltimore, go to Arizona for the Lions game, or go to Boston for Michigan State, BC. Here are the first 10 texts that come in from Nort in Pinckney. I'd go to Arizona for the Lions game. Cam in Armada, Arizona to see the Lions take on the Cars. Greg says Baltimore, get a crab roll or whatever. Pennant race. These Tigers are historic. Robin,
crab roll or whatever.
Robin and Truck. Baltimore for the Tigers. Max and Troy, Baltimore, because it's a great stadium and more importantly, get 3 games out of the trip instead of just 1. Robin Clinton Township, Michigan State. Nick and Ipsy, Baltimore, easy. The football games are important, but it's still early in the season. Tom and Ipsy, Boston, fun city. John and Berkeley, Arizona. The Lions are amazing. Arizona sounds fun. And Mike and Hamtramck, Boston to see MSU and to root against the Twins. Is that in Boston?
It is.
I mean, that's huge. That's a great call by Mike. Good call, Mike.
Wear a Boston Red Sox hat.
In case you're wondering, the most popular answer was Baltimore in our 10 texts.
Have you been to Baltimore? Camden Yards?
I have never been to Camden Yards. I was at old Memorial Stadium.
Oh.
When did they build Camden Yards? Like 2020? That's how long it's been since I've been to Baltimore.
1992 or something like that. 93 something. Have you ever been to Baltimore? Like just Inner Harbor area?
No, I've never. I just went to Memorial Stadium, which went up there. I was visiting a friend in D.C. and we drove up and went to an Orioles. I think it was a Tiger game too. So no, I got a little Baltimore experience. Very little experiential knowledge, Gator.
Oh, okay. Yeah. The first time I went there, they had, I don't know if they still have it, but remember the ESPN used to have the ESPN Sports Zone?
Oh, yeah. I like those places.
It was cool. It was like an arcade, but it was all sports related. It was a lot of fun, man. They had this, like a pitching machine, so you'd go up into a batter's box, go hit, and then it was the video image of like Randy Johnson or whatever pitcher you wanted to pitch, and then the ball would come flying out of this little slot, and you're like, oh.
Simulator.
Yeah.
No, that was cool, yeah.
Good times. Good times.
All right, let's get to your phone calls. Josh, you're on 97.1 A Ticket. Hello, Josh.
Hi. Yeah, I think it's absolutely hilarious that the Tigers in the beginning, like, hey, we're not on TV. We can do whatever we want. And then they get back on Bally's and everybody can watch them, and they're like, hey, guys, we're on TV. We better pick this guy.
That's great. And I mean,
isn't that's almost the exact timeline of what happened?
They were over 500 when they got the plug pulled. They dropped well below 500. They got the plug plugged back in, and they've surged back over 500.
And now these young kids are like, we like to be on TV. Let's do this.
It's so bizarre. It's so bizarre. 248-539-9797. Ben is next. Hi, Ben.
Hi, how are you?
Good.
All right, Ben.
Thank you.
So I just actually moved. I'm from this area, but I moved back from Baltimore this summer. So I would go to Baltimore. It's a great city, great ballpark, and this run the Tigers are on. It's funny, all year I spent out living in Baltimore, kind of rooting for them and not thinking anything would happen, and then going back there and they got a chance for the playoffs. Be pretty cool.
It felt like there was a better chance that Scuba would be pitching for the Orioles down the stretch than the Tigers.
Yep.
When we got close to the trade deadline. I mean, maybe that was never going to be the case, but
I had friends out there who were kind of tongue in cheek begging me for Scooble, and I was like, all right, well, you guys got to give up Gunnar or Jackson or something if you want Scooble, and thank God we kept him because, man, he's looking like the centerpiece of the organization.
Imagine if the Tigers go out there and take out Baltimore right now. What if they go win this series in Baltimore? And we're like, and you could have had the Cy Young Award winner. You had to part with something. Detroit wasn't going to give him away. And the Tigers, what if they go out and take care of Baltimore here? It'd be amazing.
It'd be fantastic. They could have had Jack Flaherty if they wanted to.
Yeah.
But they didn't because they didn't want to part with any of their precious prospects. And it's okay. Look, it's worked out. Look,
it's worked out fine.
Tigers deal with the Dodgers. I like the deal. Trey Sweeney's worked out nicely. Getting Lorenzo in the minors, he looks like he's a really good prospect, and we'll see that in a couple of years, hopefully. And it's worked out. And best of all, undecided has been ridiculously good for the Tigers.
Undecided's been money. It's crazy. Ben, thanks. 248-539-9797.
That's really that's the move, right? It's Scott Harris doesn't want to block anybody. He did not want to block undecided.
Nope. Got to make room for undecided.
Got to make room for undecided.
Mm-hmm. Jake is next on 97 The Ticket. Hi, Jake.
Hey, guys. How you doing?
Great, thank you.
Gator, condolences to you and your family.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, I am trying to work my way into going to Baltimore. I live in Virginia, so the other two, I'm not a state fan. Lions would love to see them. It's quite a bit of a drive to Arizona. But with how the resurgence of the Tigers the last 6 or so, I am glued to my TV watching these guys, and they're 4.5, 5 hour drive from me right now. So I'm, not a lot of Tigers fans down here, but trying to scrounge up a buddy or two to head up there with me tomorrow afternoon and catch the game. Hopefully see the Tigers win.
Dude, this weekend is such a fun weekend with important sports going on, including this 3-game series, this Lions game. Michigan and Michigan State are both underdogs. I mean, I'm not envisioning we're going to be sitting here Monday and everything's going to go great. But I hope we get enough wins to be happy because, the premium on this weekend. This is one of the great sports weekends since we've had these jobs, Gator.
It's a good one.
Yep. So, Jake, thank you.
Oh yeah.
Enjoy your trip.
It was weird rooting for the Gripe. It was weird rooting for the Gripe this past week.
Very
It's
weird.
going to be weird rooting for the Red Sox, but you got to do what you got to do. Tigers take care of business and get a little help, and we'll be in the playoffs for the first time in 10 years.
There's all kinds of familiar emotions that have been dormant for so long. Like, that brings a tying run to the plate. Terrifying. I'm watching a Cleveland, Minnesota baseball game on the edge of my seat because of what it means. And those games, those walk-off wins that Cleveland's had were dramatic. God, being a Twins fan right now, they've done the whole can we catch thing. Well, here comes Detroit. Whatever. Can we catch? Detroit's a little closer. Whatever. And then that's like, all right, Detroit's a little too close for comfort. Holy crap, we're tied with Detroit and might not make the playoffs.
How's the magic number work? Doesn't work until the Tigers are actually ahead of them.
Yes.
So right now,
right now the magic number is just one more win.
It's the easy math.
Yeah, you can. I think you can do this actually with it when you're tied with somebody.
Is it 11?
So what? Are there 9 games left?
Yeah.
I don't know if you can make a magic number when you're tied. Probably. That's a little too. I'm having problems conceptualizing it, but it's got to be one better than the Twins. That could get rattled if Seattle gets white hot or Boston gets white hot. Like if the Twins go 3-6 and the Tigers go 4-5, that's one better than the Twins. But if Seattle goes 9-0, problems.
Whew. Look, let's just take
fun
care
race.
Of this. We just worry about ourselves. What Minnesota does or doesn't do. That's going to happen the way it happens. But Tigers just got to take care of business tonight. One game series.
Do we know Reese Olson back in the rotation and Colt Keith? What do we know about Colt Keith?
Well, they said the other day that it looks like they avoided disaster. That it's not as bad as they could have been. But it also may keep him from playing second base for a game or two. He could hit. It doesn't affect him hitting. He's hitting out of the cage and hitting batting practice just fine. But can he make the throws? Look, it's not a long distance to throw, but they had him throwing, I think, 90 feet to one of the assistant coaches, and he said he felt pretty good. But I don't think they're in any hurry to throw him at second base. Maybe he plays tonight, maybe he doesn't, but he could DH if they had to.
248-539-9797. It's Carson Anderson. Are you going to eat that coming up? Picks later. You're on 97.1 The Ticket. Hey, calling all Twin Peaks fans. What a weekend we got in store for you. I think we can all agree it's a great time of year. Football's back. There's important baseball. And where do you want to catch all the action? Your favorite lodge. Why is game day so much better at Twin Peaks to start? Nothing gets better than football and wings and beer, and nobody does it better. The draft beer system they have chills the lines to a teeth-chattering 29 degrees. It's poured into a frozen mug that's been freezing for 6 hours. They take their draft beer so seriously, a mug is only used once a day. This month's featured beer, Sam Adams Oktoberfest. Pair that up with the best wings in the state, and you're in heaven. They offer hand-cut and breaded, to-order boneless wings, bone-in, breaded, and smoked. They have 14 different sauces and rubs to choose from. If you prefer something other than beer and wings, they got you covered. There's smoked ribs and brisket, hand-cut New York strips, smashed burgers, and an extensive list of bourbons, tequilas, and amazing craft cocktails and shots priced just right. You won't want to miss Saturday, both college teams in action. Dynamite boxing match, Joshua versus Dubois. They battle out IBF heavyweight belt. And then circle back Sunday. You got baseball early, football late. Come see why. Simply put, Twin Peaks is the best place to watch games. To find a location nearest you, go to twinpeaksrestaurant.com. That's twinpeaksrestaurant.com. Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97.1 a ticket. Lions on the road at Arizona. Tigers in Baltimore taking on the Orioles. You got Michigan hosting USC tomorrow afternoon. You got Michigan State at Boston College tomorrow afternoon. Apple TV tonight for the Tigers, but of course you can hear it here on 97.1 the ticket. Look, this Lions game, Gator, I think is about the personality established, the organizational personality established under Dan Campbell last year. It's one thing to take a look at how they responded to losses last year, and we all know it's been a couple years and knock on wood and all that stuff since they've lost back-to-back games. But not only did they respond, do you know that after each of their losses last year, they not only bounced back, but they covered and covered oftentimes emphatically. So they won and won by sometimes significantly more than the spread. An example, they lost to Seattle. They went into that Atlanta game the next week as a 3.5-point favorite. They won by 14. They got blasted at Baltimore. They went into the Vegas game as a 7-point favorite. They won by 12. Thanksgiving Day, they lose to Green Bay. They go to New Orleans as a 4-point favorite, win by 5. That one wasn't emphatic, but they did win and cover. The bad loss to Chicago, they're a 5.5-point favorite against Denver. They win 42-17. They get robbed by Dallas the next week against Minnesota, 5.5-point favorite. They win by 10. They won them all, and they covered. And I think tomorrow's game, the way I look at it, Gator, it's all about them showing us once again that they are who they were last year, which is good enough to absolutely be a Super Bowl contender. And they might obviously be better, but that's a resiliency thing that bouncing back emphatically is something to be said about that, the personality of last year's team.
There's a lot that you want to be like last year's team. Last year's team was a division winner, won 2 playoff games and 12 regular season games. And yeah, they didn't lose back-to-back games. And Jared Goff didn't have back-to-back clunkers, let alone back-to-back-to-back clunkers. And so I don't expect that to happen this week. I think he'll be fine. But if we're just going to rely on what they did last year, the biggest thing you should just sit back and relax about it is that they were really good in the red zone and scoring touchdowns last year. Yep. They weren't last week. So is that just a 1-week thing? I hope so. Sure hope so. But if you just convert, heck, if they converted one of those, it's a win.
Right.
Last week. And they didn't have it. So, look at the defense. The defense played strong. When we talked to Birchie Kid last hour, good to hear the update from practice that Terrion Arnold is trending towards playing. Look like Davenport should play. Anzalone might play. He's been practicing. Hopefully he'll clear concussion protocol stuff. And, they're going to have a pretty good defense out there. Melanfonwu may not play. Ennis Rakestraw might be out again. But to get Arnold back and to put Arnold specifically on Marvin Harrison Jr., rookie on rookie, could be really, really interesting. A lot of fun to watch. But the Lions, easy to say, play like you did last year. You'll take care of business.
All right. You ready to go?
What we got? Oh. It'll be hard to be Biscuit World, but let's see what you got.
Tudor's Biscuit World?
Yeah.
The Country Mariner. All right, here we go. Uncrustables. Are you familiar with the Uncrustables?
I am. I've never had them, but yeah,
Well, this will be interesting. For the first time in 10 years, they've come out with a new flavor. They're introducing peanut butter. And, oh, by the way, Uncrustables, for people who don't know, they are the frozen peanut butter and jelly sandwiches. They're circular sandwiches on white or whole wheat bread. And they come pre-made, and they're kind of like pressed down on the side. So it's basically 2 pieces of bread with peanut butter and jelly filling.
Right, because making a peanut butter and jelly sandwich is too taxing.
Too complicated. All right, here we go. Uncrustable fans, new PB&J flavor, peanut butter and raspberry spread. Peanut butter and raspberry spread, they just started rolling out now, but they obviously are what they say they are. Peanut butter and raspberry. Gator, are you in?
Absolutely. I love peanut butter and jelly. Over the years, I've gone with bunches of different kinds. I usually go with jam instead of jelly because jam spreads a lot better than jelly does. So whether it's blackberry jam, strawberry jam, raspberry jam, grape jam, I'm all about it. Love it.
Kang?
Yeah, man, I love peanut butter and jelly as well, Gator. Pretty much all the berries will work for me as far as jams and jellies go.
Do you get these for your kids' lunches?
No, they don't eat too much peanut butter and jelly.
No?
No.
This has been a staple go-to for me is get the Uncrustables. I will try this with one requirement. Does it come with the whole wheat bread? Because the grape and the can get the grape with the whole wheat bread. So
why?
If it
you
comes,
can't eat white bread.
Come on, I don't eat white bread. If it comes in the whole wheat, I'm in. But they don't make all the flavors available in whole wheat, which is clearly a problem. Doesn't everybody?
Yeah, man.
They are trying to make money off this. And
they do want to.
I've only found the grape in whole wheat.
You got those Uncrustables?
Yeah.
You got the Uncrustables? We do. We only have the whole wheat ones.
Score. Next up.
As Doug grades, 2 boxes.
Yes. Next up, M&M's.
All right.
They've come out with a new M&M's flavor.
Have they?
Yep.
What do they got?
Well, in the same vein, M&M's is introducing peanut butter and jelly flavored M&M's. Quote from a spokesperson, peanut butter M&M's have always been a popular flavor with our fans. Our new M&M's peanut butter and jelly taps into the cross-generational staple, turning a delicious and comforting snack into a bite-sized treat to be enjoyed and shared. Gator, peanut butter and jelly M&M's.
Is it whole wheat? Of course I'm going to eat this. This is delicious. It's an M&M. I mean, I don't know if there's been an M&M flavor that I wouldn't have tried. They've had a bunch of them over the years.
Country Mariner?
Well, they don't have the Country Mariner. There's no shrimp flavored M&M. But, all the flavors they've come up with have all made sense. They're all very good. Some extraordinarily good. Yeah, I'm all in. Okay?
Yeah, I'm excited about this one. This one sounds really good. I've never even thought about doing this. Why haven't they tried this? No, they should. I'm in.
All right, Kang. Is Doug going to be in or out?
Doug's in.
I think he's in. He likes M&Ms.
I think he's in, yeah.
I think he's in.
I'm in.
There he is.
There it is.
Right.
Some things it sound too intriguing to me. So, yeah, I'd even try that. Next up, have you heard about the Coca-Cola Besties?
I have not.
Coca-Cola Besties. You're going to love this. Coca-Cola's teamed up with Oreo. We'll start with the Oreo cookie.
Okay.
Oreo Coca-Cola cookies boast a distinctive red and black colored block design featuring 2 unique base cakes, 1 classic chocolate and 1 red colored golden embossed with the Coca-Cola design stuffed with a smooth white colored cream. The base cakes are paired with a Coca-Cola inspired taste fans know and love, and popping candies that will be fizzing, give you a fizzing sensation every bite. The Coca-Cola M&M, Gator, from the Coca-Cola's Besties collection. Would you eat that?
All right, first of all, I had to look it up to make sure you weren't messing with me like the Country Mariner.
No, real deal.
Yeah, I would try this. I think Oreos is kind of like M&Ms. They keep coming out with flavors. I'll try it, and I really like Coca-Cola. So
Kang,
you said, is this an Oreo or M&M?
This is an Oreo.
Okay, you said M&M at
Did
the
I?
end.
I'm
at
sorry.
the end.
I apologize.
I'm actually out.
Wow.
Yeah, I don't think this. I love Coca-Cola. I like Oreos. I don't think this is a good idea.
Okay, I would taste this. I would give it a try. Yeah, I would. This
You
is
would?
intriguing. Well, here's the other part.
What?
Coca-Cola and Oreos, the Besties collection doesn't end there. They invert this and have Oreo flavored Coca-Cola, a 0 sugar drink featuring Coca-Cola taste with flavorful Oreo cookie inspired hints. So you can get the Coke flavored Oreos and the Oreo flavored Coke. Gator, are you going to eat that?
I would try it. It's 0 sugar, so I'm going to try it. And look, Coke has swung and missed a lot with some of their other flavors.
Like new Coke flavor?
No, they've had like the orange flavor, and they tried some other stuff there that just.
They have a spicy one.
Yeah, and
it wasn't good.
No, right. Like I said, they swung and missed a lot of stuff, but they get to the plate, and I appreciate that. And I'll try it. I've tried the others. I'll try this. The thought of chocolate and cola together, that sounds fine to me.
Kang, you try this?
No, I'm out for the same reasons I was for the first one. I just don't think the two should mix.
I'm not as high on this as I was the cookie.
I'm not high on it, but I'll try it.
All right, next up from Wendy's.
Might have to be high to try it.
Maybe.
Wendy's has a couple of new Frosties, Gator. First, there's the Frosty Cream Cold Brew. This line features vanilla, dark chocolate, and caramel flavors and is made by mixing cold brew coffee with the frosty flavored syrup and topping it with ice. A coffee-inspired Wendy's Frosty.
So it's actually a Frosty.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. You know,
Okay,
I'm shocked.
You don't like coffee, though.
I don't.
right?
I like coffee flavor. I don't like coffee. No, I know it sounds weird. I love the smell of coffee. I will not. I just don't drink coffee.
Okay.
But one of the greatest shakes you can get is a Jamocha shake from Arby's, right?
It was really good.
So this sounds like a Jamocha shake with like caramel. Absolutely.
Oh, I like cold brew. I like Frosties. I'm in on this.
No for me, dog.
Oh my God. How are you no on this? Sorry, I know better. Yeah, I know.
Dude,
If it came in maybe wheat.
No, if I go desserts, it's got to sound better than a Dairy Queen Blizzard.
Okay.
And this
And that
doesn't?
doesn't?
That doesn't to me, no.
All right.
Next up, they have a triple berry frosty. A limited time frosty flavor is a pink frozen dessert that combines blackberry, raspberry, and strawberry flavors. Some say it tastes like a nostalgic Go-Gurt with different flavors at either end. Others say it's similar to McDonald's Grimace Shake, according to the description. Gator, the triple berry frosty.
Gonna surprise you here. Nope.
Oh.
It's a no, dog. It's too many of the berry flavors. Stick to one, and you're fine. But you mix them all together, and it's a jumble. And I'm not about that.
Okay.
I'm in. I love that, actually. I sometimes too much chocolate, too much sweetness. I like this one. This is for me.
This doesn't sound better than a DQ Blizzard, so I'm out. And finally, the Frosty-inspired sundaes from Wendy's. There's 3 of them, but I'm just going to give you one because we're short on time. They have a Lucky Charms
Yep.
sundae. These are marshmallow charms in a cup with what looks like vanilla ice cream and then some sort of drizzle
Absolutely.
over the top.
Absolutely.
You like the marshmallows?
They're fine, but does it add to the frosty flavor? Sure, I guess it adds to it. I don't know if it makes it better. I don't think it's going to make it much worse. It's great.
Okay.
Yeah, I love it. There was a time where the cereal just put the marshmallows in there, and I was all about that.
Yeah, I'm no. And there it is, another edition of Are You Going to Eat That? You ready to pick some games?
I am.
We'll do that today at 1:38. Open lines are next. Phone calls and feedback. Lots to talk about if you want. Tiger talk, bring it on. Lions talk, yep. Michigan State, let's go. 97.1 The Ticket. Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97.1 A Ticket. Open lines, 248-539-9797. We're going to pick a bunch of games coming up today at 1:38, as we do every single Friday. Good week last week for our guy across the way here. 5-1 for my man. We are both 2-1 on our locks, 8-7 overall, and we will have 3 college, 3 pro games. I'll have the Car House Lock of the Week. Gator will have the Shoot the Boot Guarantee Lock of the Week. We go to Robert. You're next on 97.1 A Ticket. Hello, Robert.
Love the show, guys. Love the show.
Thank you.
I live in Baltimore now, native Detroiter. I'll be going to the game Saturday and Sunday. The Saturday game was a given, and then I just found out last night that a friend of mine had tickets that they couldn't use, so I'm like, I will take them. they know I'm a diehard Orioles fan, and they're like, all right, well, don't root too loud. And I'm like, no, can't make that promise.
Yeah,
so,
no kidding.
And the cool thing is for Saturday's game, buddy of mine, also from Detroit, lives about 8 hours away. He's driving up with his son, who is a huge baseball fan, and checking off the ballparks. And Gator, it's a great ballpark.
It's amazing.
And should be just an amazing weekend. So hoping for at least a series win.
Interesting. In that whole, you mentioned your buddy, 8 hours. He's making the 8-hour drive.
Carolina.
That feels like the edge of what is reasonable to me. I know some people think 8 hours is ridiculous, but
well, the context for that, this is the same group. We've been going back to Detroit for over 20 years for the Tigers home opener. As soon as the schedule is released, guy lives in Minnesota, California, Carolina. I'm in Maryland. We do it every year. So we're not normal, but we're super fans, right? And
you're abnormal.
these times, like, yeah, this has happened in 10 years.
Yep. So
embrace it, right? It's awesome. I'll have my Chet Lemon jersey. He's got his Lane's Paris jersey.
Let's go.
It's going to be hilariously fun.
Well, hopefully this team can keep it up, because this has been an amazing ride, and the fact that they are tied with Minnesota right now feels like seriously like fantasy. I mean, we were talking about it when they were 6.5 games back, and everybody was telling us how impossible the math was to get them to catch up, and they've done it.
Just stop.
One thing, if I may, before it's not who you play, it's when you play them. I think there was some quote, long ago, man, the Orioles, the bullpen's leaky as heck. The bats have gone cold. If I actually wish they had lost yesterday, but the Santander walk-off home run probably gives them a little bit of a juice, but they don't know what to do. They're like throwing darts at a dartboard in the dark right now.
Hey,
if that makes sense.
Robert, have fun this weekend. Circle back, all right?
Absolutely.
All right, cool.
Thanks, Robert.
Doug is next on 97.1 A Ticket. Hello, Doug.
Hey, how you doing?
All right,
Great,
Doug.
thank you.
Hey, man, I got lucky. I'm one of the lucky ones. I didn't have Xfinity for cable. I had Spectrum all season, so I never lost Valley and got to watch the Tigers all year long.
Yeah.
And I've seen their ups and downs, but I kind of always seen, them having players. I mean, you look at their farm system right now, too. Their farm systems, Lakeland, Erie, Toledo, they're all in playoff runs right now, too.
Not all of them, but yeah, a couple of them are.
Well, there's several of them. I know Lakeland and Toledo is.
Not Toledo, Erie is.
Erie is. Toledo's
okay,
not.
Erie. Well, I know there's a couple of them. So when you got even some of them, that means you got guys that are coming up that are going to be good, too. Not just what's going on now. They got guys that are really going to be coming up in the near future, too. So I love what they're doing. They're building within. What isn't that what the 84 Tigers did mostly?
Well, the 84 Tigers are basically the last example of a Tiger team that had this much homegrown everyday talent. It's been a long time.
Yeah, and those guys came up at the end of the late 70s, kind of came up together. Mm-hmm. In different era of baseball, because even if you're playing winning baseball back then, you weren't going to make the playoffs because you had to win the division.
I would like to think that the most credible person out there, I'd like to think this, is Jim Bowden.
You'd like to,
and here's why I'd like to think it. Jim Bowden recently just updated his baseball top prospects list, and I can't remember the order, but I believe Max Clark was number 2. The number 1 prospect in baseball was Jackson Jobe. The number 2 prospect, according to Jim Bowden, is Max Clark. If we have the 2 best minor leaguers out there, And you got to think, if you're Jackson Jobe and you're Max Clark and you're Kevin McGonigal, right, down there, who's an elite prospect too, a shortstop, they must be chomping at the bit to get up here and be a part of this.
Yeah, and look, they're a ways away, obviously, because the McGonigal and Clark just got promoted to high A ball at West Michigan, and then McGonigal got hurt, and Max Clark, he played well, but it wasn't like he was lights out great. He deserved the promotion from Lakeland, played well at West Michigan. We'll see what happens in the offseason if he goes to the fall league or whatever, and where they decide to send him in the spring. But I do think those guys are a couple years away. But Jackson Jobe, he's pitching tonight for Toledo. He's going to make his final start of the season. And he made his first start at AAA Toledo last week, and he got lit up. So good learning experience for him. How does he come back from that? I'm sure the Tigers will be watching that to see what his resolve is. And then it's into an off-season program to get ready for spring training and try to make it the roster. But I like it.
Massive series beginning tonight. You'll hear it here on 97.1 The Ticket. If you're going to try and watch it, reminder, Apple TV. You ready to pick some games?
I am.
Here we go. Gator, again, a good week last week. I mean, I'm not mad about 3-3. It could have been better. I'm going to start with tonight.
Okay.
Illinois, Luke Altmaier, and that pass defense of the Illini. I don't think they're going to win at Nebraska, but I like the Illini plus the 7.5 in Lincoln tonight.
It's an interesting matchup, and I'm glad they have that tonight because it'll be fun to watch. Yeah. I'm going to go with the Big Ten as well. Ohio State is home against Marshall. The over-under total is set at 52.5. I love the over on this. I don't know if Ohio State's going to cover the 40-something number spread, but I like over 52.5. In fact, it is my shoot the boot lock of the week.
Start with that. My car house lock of the week is next. Oregon State is at home taking on Purdue. The Beavers are laying 4. I'm taking the Beavers against the Boilers. I'll lay the 4.
Well, Purdue Pete's got to travel. That's a lot of travel from Indiana out there to Beavertown.
Corvallis.
Yeah.
All right, what do you got?
I also with a team from the Big Ten from Indiana. I'll go with Indiana. They're giving up 28.5 points to Charlotte. It seems like a lot, but Indiana's high-powered offense, putting up a lot of points this year, and Charlotte's not very good. I like the Hoosiers.
My final game from college football Saturday night, Oklahoma plays their first SEC game, and they are getting 7 points playing host to Tennessee. Road game for Tennessee, hostile environment. I'll take Oklahoma plus the 7.
That's a great matchup. We'll see how good both of those teams are. Toledo is at Western Kentucky. The over-under total set at 58.5 points. Toledo has scored a bunch of points, including 41 last week against Mississippi State, and Western Kentucky has always been able to put up points. I love the over in this one, over 58.5.
All right, let's shift gears and go to the NFL. The Vegas Raiders are playing host to Carolina. The spread is merely 6. Vegas coming off a huge win. Carolina's dreadful. I'll lay the 6 with the Raiders.
No faith in Andy Dalton.
Nope.
Houston is at Minnesota. And look, it's basically a pick-em game. Houston's giving up a point. Do you think Houston's better than Minnesota? Both teams are indoor teams, but they are playing on the road. I don't care. I love Houston -1.
I agree. I also have Houston -1.
Philadelphia, they're at New Orleans. The total is set at 49.5 points. Look, New Orleans, they've scored 49 last week, or close to it. Philadelphia is a team that can score some points as well. I like the over 49.5. I don't care who wins.
My final pick is Kansas City on the road in Atlanta. The Chiefs are laying 3. I'll play Patrick Mahomes and the Chiefs -3.
Doug, you know me. I don't front. I put my money where my mouth is here. The Lions are giving up 3 points on the road at Arizona. I think the Lions win this one. I think they'll win it by more than a field goal. I don't mind giving up the 3. Take Detroit.
There you go. I am so confident.
Well, I will take Detroit.
There you go.
I don't want to tell anybody what to do. You do what you want to do.
I am so confident. I decided to play a parlay with all of my 6 picks.
Yeah.
I put down $3. If it hits, I win $144.91.
That's big. I like
I should see what you would get on a. I don't know why I chose $3. I chose $3.
You chose 3.
Kang every week loves on a pick and hates on a pick. Which one do you like the most this week?
I like the call of the over, Gator, Ohio State Marshall, 57.5. Biscuits, baby. Biscuits.
It's only 52.5.
Yeah. Oh, sorry. I scribbled my own number down here.
All right. What do you got? Which one do you hate?
Well, I even like it at 57.
I know. I hear you.
The one I hate, Doug, Raiders -6, Carolina. I'll take the Red Rifle. things aren't as always as they seem in the NFL. Crazy stuff happens. I think Carolina wins their first game with Andy Dalton at the quarterback.
There you go. All right.
But I'll take the 6 points, though.
That is, if I bet it, our picks for this week. Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket.
24 Seconds Bar and Grill in Berkeley. That's the best place for great food, great atmosphere, and great specials, and also the best wings in town. It's my favorite place to go. And if you want to save the hassle of parking and all the driving nightmares you have the football games, you can hop on that 24-second shuttle. It's only $40 round trip getting you downtown and back. Plus, they got great specials if you're going to stay around and watch games at 24 seconds. All Detroit baseball games get $4 bottles of Miller Lite and Coors Light for only $4. And you also get drafts of Miller Lite for Detroit football games and all Sunday games. And during Detroit football games, how about this? $4 Honolulu Blue shots, $5 hot dog combo, a $6 brat combo. Awesome. $4 drafts of Miller Lite and Coors Light during all of Michigan and Michigan State football games. And in 24 seconds, they show all the UFC fights, and there's never a cover. It's awesome. Get there early. The place fills up for those events, and you're going to love it there. They have trivia on Thursday nights. 24 is open for lunch on Thursdays and Fridays. And if you're having a party, how about booking yours now at 24 seconds? Get the rooftop deck. It's awesome. Deck season is still going on. Don't know how many more weeks we got left, but this weekend it is supposed to be gorgeous. That's the place to go. Get there while you still can. If you're looking for a great place to work, how about 24 seconds? They're hiring cooks right now. Every seat's a great seat. Check them out. The service is awesome. Food's even better. You can check out the specials and happenings at 24secondsbar.com and grab a taste of the action all for yourself. It's my favorite place to go. 24 Seconds Bar and Grill on 12 Mile in Berkeley.
Gator, if you play all 6 of your bets and you go 6-0, parlay,
Yeah.
a $3 bet wins you $155.87.
It's a nice return.
Yep.
That's like 50 to 1.
Yes, it is like 50 to 1.
Imagine if you bet
Almost 52 to 1. Well, how much more would you feel comfortable betting?
It's a big parlay. 6 teams is big. Yep. I mean, I'd go more though. I might go $20.
Wow. Well, that would. I've since erased the bet slip.
Well, you just do the math.
Multiply it by 20. 52 times 20 is 520 is 1,040. You pull in that's quite a score. Will you buy Chick-fil-A?
I would.
Hey, what if Sunday I come over to the crib and watch all the games with you? I just invited myself to your house.
Yeah, I mean, if you want, sure.
Kang, you want to get together with Gator this weekend, watch a little baseball and football?
I can't.
You can't?
Yeah, I have a family.
I have a family too.
Your family's
That you're
all
willing to
grown up
abandon,
now,
and-
man.
Yeah,
You're all grown up. You're looking for people at this point.
Let's find out.
I am. Things have changed.
Yeah, what's the kid got going on?
Right now,
Yeah.
he's got basketball practice, but he can drive. He's got some baseball stuff he does, but he can drive, and he's got no games. So he's independent, and he's not quite. You might find this odd, but at 17, he's not quite as stoked to hang out with Dad. The funny thing is, I think he would be stoked to hang out with you and Kang. My boys think that Kang is the coolest MFer on the planet.
He's pretty cool.
Yeah, they haven't talked to me lately. They'll be disappointed.
Yeah, they probably will be because you're turning into a dad. Well, you are a dad, and you're starting to act like a dad.
Yeah, the other day someone asked me to go out, and I said, "Dude, I can't. I got to get up tomorrow.
Yep.
Just
got to get up.
Just got to get up. I don't want to actually have something to do. I just got to get up, man.
Be able to get up.
Yeah.
Yeah, I hear you.
But Sunday should be fun, though.
Dude, Sunday.
1:30 Tigers, 4:25 Lions.
Look, Sunday to me is, I'm like, do something special. Fire up the smoker. Let's go. Let's have a little fun with this.
Toast points, Gator, right?
Toast points. Is it a toast point Sunday?
Yeah, come on, baby.
I don't know if it's Toast Point Sunday.
How about crab dip? How about enough crab dip to feed 50 people like you did last time?
I don't know.
Seriously,
How you feeling, man?
how big was that crab dip?
It was pretty big. I had, because I made it in a cast iron skillet. I kind of cooked the skillet in the oven with it. I mean, it was a good sized skillet. It was the bigger of the 2 cast iron skillets that I have.
Yeah.
It was too much, way too much. Could have gone for about a quarter of that and still been satisfied for several days.
Well, I thought it was funny because you were like, God, I love crab dip, but I made way too much.
I made way too much. I overshot my crab.
Have you had crab dip since?
I have not.
So you ruined it.
I didn't ruin it. I just haven't. I mean, it was the only time I've made crab dip. But I like crab dip. Like if you go to a Super Bowl party and people bring different dips around, crab dip's great.
All right, so one sentence, Tigers, Baltimore. My one sentence for this weekend series is don't fall more than a game back of Minnesota for this weekend series.
I just take it a game at a time.
For Michigan State, Boston College, stop the run and stop with the penalties.
Yeah, don't turn the ball over and don't commit dumb penalties.
For Michigan and USC, for Michigan, force field goals and don't turn it over.
For me, it's control the ball, run the ball.
And for Lions at Arizona, it's pressure Kyler Murray the way you pressured Baker Mayfield.
Yeah, for me, it's don't lose contain. Keep them in the pocket, collapse the pocket, and suffocate them that way.
Rico Beard has made his way in studio. What's
Funny,
up?
Because my answer to all 4 of those games, all 4 questions,
Yeah.
don't screw this up.
Great opportunity.
Or don't F this up or whatever. Don't screw this up. This
Great.
is your opportunity. Take advantage of it.
It has a chance to be a glorious weekend. A glorious weekend.
Or very sad.
Well, I'm going to focus on it being glorious.
Look at you. Half full.
How can you be doom and gloom if you're wearing the floral print, man?
Oh, Kenny, I don't even want to talk about that.
What?
I'm the
What
only
happened?
one wearing floral print today.
Yeah, what happened?
Yeah, Kenny said, well, it was too cold and gloomy out this morning, so.
It's like 80 degrees outside.
Yeah, apparently Kenny doesn't have a phone or TV.
Really?
No, but it's not gloom and doom. No, but it's a difficult. We're going to learn a lot about all three teams.
I think
now
you're
the
right.
Tigers, I'm setting the Tigers to the side because it's voodoo. They're on house money right now.
A little bit.
But the three football teams, Michigan State, and the Lions, we're going to learn a lot about all three teams this weekend.
Yeah.
And the question is, which one does this game mean? Which one would a win mean more for? It's something we'll discuss. I mean, because each wants to win, but who needs it the most?
I mean, there's a lot on the line. This is one of the more intense weekends we've had in a long time.
Yeah, I mean, Michigan wins. You're back at being the elite in the Big Ten, maybe going to the playoffs. If MSU wins, you're now looking at 4-0, and that middle gauntlet doesn't look as daunting. And for the Lions, you win. You're keeping pace with the Vikings. Who would have thought we'd be saying that?
You know what else? I think we find out about two Big Ten teams tonight, Nebraska and Illinois.
Yeah.
Are either of them going to be a problem in this league?
I think Nebraska is.
You think Nebraska's going to be a problem?
They got the young quarterback, so that you would expect them only to get better as the season goes on.
Dude, I bet the tailgates are already ripping in Lincoln right now.
It was why I said at the
absolutely.
beginning that Michigan should have went with the freshmen and just build for next year.
Well, I can understand why they didn't.
Well,
It might be a rebuild year when it's all said and done, and maybe they will get the kid ready for next year at some point, but there's still too much on the line to give up on
As
it.
RG3 said, will there be an orgy in the end zone?
Oh, God. All right, so what else do you guys got planned coming up next?
TJ Lang will be joining us. His birthday today.
Oh, that's right.
Happy birthday to TJ. On this date.
On this date.
Yes.
Yes.
Good for him.
The normal prop bet casino, the picks, who said it, normal Friday stuff.
Gotcha. Cool. Well, have a great show. Everybody have a great weekend. Stay safe. Treat each other with respect. Stripe out tomorrow at the Big House. Go to mgoblue.com to figure out what your section is wearing. They're going all blues tomorrow. We're on the air.
And pay attention. Don't be that guy.
To what? To not be the stripe out guy?
Yeah.
All right.
I hate that person.
Follow the rules. Go to mgoblue.com to find out what your section's wearing. Maize or blue. We'll be on the air at 12:30. Pregame show at 2:30. Kickoff just after 3:30. Myself, John Jansen, Jason Avant. Have a great weekend, everybody. Stay safe. Treat each other with respect. We leave you with the Gator Rant.
The Lions are getting ready to face the Arizona Cardinals this Sunday. Cardinals beat writer Darren Urban explains how the offensive game plan for Arizona has developed over the years. Although Ify Melofano is once again absent from the Lions practice today, Dan Campbell likes what he sees, and unless there's a setback, he is not a candidate for the injured reserve. Terrion Arnold was the only other player that missed practice. However, he's also trending in the right direction. The Tigers face the Baltimore Orioles tonight in the first of 3 at Camden Yards. Baltimore has been scuffling lately despite the fact that they picked up a walk-off win over the Giants yesterday afternoon. Corbin Burns is on the mound for the Orioles. He's given up just 4 earned runs in his last 3 starts. After the loss to the Jets last night on Thursday Night Football, Jacoby Brissett will remain the Patriots starting quarterback, according to head coach Gerard Mayo. At the Corbell House Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Football Friday is upon us. Just a gorgeous afternoon, and the only person who got the memo about Floral Friday is Rico. Rest of us dressed like adults. Rico apparently in Acapulco.
Yeah.
Welcome.
Thanks, Kenny. I'd like to issue an apology to Rico. I usually wear floral on Friday. Today I did not.
We're all dressed like adults, and then there's Rico, a.k.a. the Beachcomber. All right, so we're going to get...
Cheeseburger in paradise, my friend.
Hey, man, think of it this way. You got your own private island. You're ready to rock.
That's true.
So we're going to do this a very specific way before TJ comes in here all tobaccoed out of his mind, and we'll figure that part out. Never know what we're getting with the big guy. But we got to talk about this. There's no one game to focus on. This is a weekend of learning. I mean, after all, Rico's a professor. Oh, ever considered a career in crime? I'll teach you. So here's the deal. I want to take the approach that all of us, whether you are a Lions fan, a Spartan fan, or a Wolverine, we are all in learning mode. What team can we learn the most about, good or bad, this weekend? Because, Rico, we've talked about this. It's a litmus test for Michigan State. It's Michigan with a new quarterback against at least a solid opponent. And for the Lions, off of the wacky loss last week, you got a team you never beat coming to town next week in Seattle. Mm-hmm. Are the Lions remotely close to being the team we thought they were? A little bit. You're on the road against a very high-powered offense. So I wanted to know from you and Kenny and David, and most importantly, you, the people, who aren't dressed like you're in Mexico right now.
Thank you, Kenny.
What team can we learn the most about this weekend? 248-539-9797. Ricardo Montalban.
I think the team we could learn the most about is David's team. It's Michigan. You're making a quarterback change, not in the middle of the season, but after a few games where you probably should have did this at the beginning of the season, but you didn't. Can you adjust on the fly? Can you all of a sudden get an offense that's actually out there scoring points and is consistent, can throw the ball? And you're putting in a quarterback who doesn't really throw the ball. The Lions have all the pieces. They're just not clicking right now. And I don't know if it's the fact that, they didn't play in the preseason. People are rusty. I don't understand why. Or maybe it's just they're playing a tougher schedule than last season. But the pieces are there. You've seen what they could do. For MSU, the bar is kind of low. You jumped out to the 3-0 start. I think the win at Maryland helped you out. If you could win at Boston College, it would really help you as far as making to a bowl game. But I think the biggest one, Mike, it's Michigan, because you're adjusting on the fly with a brand new quarterback.
David, Kenny, Kenny, go ahead. You're right there. David can wait a second. Go ahead.
I agree with Rico. I think testing out a new quarterback, you have a whole new system. Can this coaching staff adjust on the fly? The Lions, look, we pretty much know what they are for the most part, with the offensive weapons basically returning. Yes, there's still questions to be had about them. Same thing with Michigan State. There's still a bunch of questions, but I think when you're talking about who you can learn the most from, what you can glean the most information from, it's Michigan.
David.
It is Michigan this weekend, to me.
Wow.
It is, you learn about the coaching staff. Can they adjust to the quarterback that they've chosen to start? Will Orji lead this offense the way he should? You learn about him. You also learn about the offensive line. Can they be who they need to be and block for a run-first offense with your quarterback? You learn a ton, and it may change people's minds with the rest of the season for Michigan. Certain games.
So let me just get this straight. 3 independent thinkers, one of which got into Harvard, and it's all just about U of M, huh? You don't think you could learn about the Lions? You don't think the Lions are a little bit of a pressure spot? They have to leave home, and they got to take care of business about a team that might be a threat in the West. Not because they're as good as the Niners, but because the Niners are dilapidated with injuries. Guys, if the Lions offense doesn't carry the day, I don't think you're winning a 20-16 game down there.
No.
So I'd advocate you absolutely could learn a ton about them. And here's the other thing. Oh, I know. Oh, Sparty. It's a road game at night. In a year you were expected to win 4 or 5 games total. You could be 4-0. They've already gone on the road and won once against Maryland. I hate Rico for telling me Nick Marsh is not going to play.
I did not say that.
I don't know what you're talking about. The point I'm making is, if they were to win this game, wouldn't that show you that this is ahead of where people thought it would be, that they could be a 6, 7, 8 win team? I don't think it's as simple as just Michigan.
Oh, no. It's not as simple as just Michigan. If I had to power rank them, Michigan would be 1. The Lions would be 2, because for the Lions, can you shake off the rust? Because last year doesn't count anymore. I don't want to hear about last year. I don't want to hear about how far you went. I don't want to hear about how explosive the offense was, because I'm not seeing that right now. I'm saying you struggle in your win, and then last week you put up a ton of empty calorie yards, but it didn't end up in points. So Lions are a strong number 2 for me, because that's
So
all I've
you
heard.
learn the least about State.
If I had to rank the 3, because for State
I thought you cared.
You know what,
man, that hurts.
No, for Mike, for State, you want to go to a bowl game, and all of a sudden, like I said, if you win, your next 4 games don't look as bad as they did at the beginning of the season. What's the progression of Aiden Childs? Can you stop committing stupid penalties and turnovers? Because if I have to hear Jonathan Smith say one more time, well, that's on us. Yes, we know. When are you going to fix it?
Jesus. Guys, since their career start.
And after each game,
So angry.
He walks up to the podium. Well, that's on the coaching staff. We're going to have to work on that and fix that.
Well,
okay, you get the first couple.
Unlike the last guy, at least he keeps his pants on. 248-539-9797.
Mike's going to take you to 6.
I'm just, I'm sorry, we're not relentlessly chopping.
Deep waters.
Oh, God. David, ticket text coming in. Talk to me. Which of the 3 local teams are we going to learn the most about this week?
I'll learn the most from the Lions. They need to get the offense in check. That is from Ryan. MSU, because 4-0 with 2 tough road wins rises the bar to 8-4 with expectations to beat Michigan.
Think about that for a minute. That if MSU, who had a win total in Vegas of 4.5, goes at Maryland, who's a bowl team, and goes at Boston College, who looks like a bowl team, and is able to get to 4-0 and do it without Nick Marsh, per Rico, then my question would be,
no,
wouldn't that enter Iowa and Michigan into the discussion of possibility?
Yeah.
We were not willing to say that earlier. Much like if the Lions go and they lose to Arizona. What type of conversation do we have to have? I will tell you one, you're in a must-win spot. You cannot fall to 1-3 with Seattle coming here.
No.
So I think we can learn an awful lot about each.
Well, not only Seattle, then it's the bye, and then it's the Cowboys. Oh boy. Yeah. Welcome to Big Boy schedule. You don't get the Carolina Panthers, the Raiders, and the Broncos. You got to play real teams this year. The other thing about the Lions, can you finally handle a mobile QB? Can you corral him and keep him in the pocket and make him beat you just with his arm?
He's so small you can put him in your pocket.
Maybe.
248-539-9797. I want to get to the people. And again, David, I would just ask you, you know your fan base better. Where's all the people who were telling me 10-2, 11-1?
I'm looking for them. Don't see them.
Hey, what's up, Shardy? Like, what? What's the deal? What's the deal? Where are you at? Where are you chuckleheads at? Cat got your tongue? I mean, are you going to – come on, tell me right now that Alex Orgy's a combination of Cam Newton and Pat Mahomes. Do it. That's normally your move. Now, the funny part is, as much as I can't stand that fan base, I'm the one building a case that I think they're going to be in this game. I absolutely think there's a pathway for them to do this.
So does your cash the ticket partner.
Yeah, but Jim's different. Jim's a part of that MGO Blue Club supports you thing.
Yeah, but see, here's the other thing about, and this is why Michigan is number one on my list in power ranking of the three. If this doesn't work, where do you go from here?
I'll tell you where.
That's the biggest thing. Where do you go from here if Orgy doesn't work?
Hell. And hopefully NCAA purgatory. Hate to see it. 248-539-9797.
Is that personal growth, you not hitting the board?
Yeah, I mean, I had something good for you, but we'll be here till 6. I'm sure we'll find a way to make that happen. Okay. TJ joins us at 3. Prop Bet Casino coming up a little later. The picks coming up later. Who said it, David? I know you were salty at last week's results. We actually were successful. I'm sure you've ratcheted up the difficulty. Lots to do on a Friday. 97.1. You've heard us talk about injury attorney David Feminino for a long time. Look, the results that David and his team have gotten for injured clients, tremendous, ranging anywhere $3.5 million, $5 million, a whopping $11.5 million. You need an attorney that'll fight relentlessly for you. Call and speak to David right now by calling 855-65-CRASH or go to that website, getdavidgetpaid.com. All right, straight to the people. Who are we going to learn the most about this weekend? Lions at Arizona, Michigan hosting USC, or Michigan State going to BC? We're going to learn a lot about all three, but I want to know which one you learn the most about. So part of this is a predictive measure. Based on how you think these games go, affects which team you're selecting. I mean, look, I don't think the Lions have some easy task here. I listened to Cookies this morning, and I mean, you couldn't tell Jim that they're not going to win by 60. Newsflash, you're a 3-point favorite going on the road against a team that should be 2-0 and has a wicked offense.
Funny, you picked that up too.
Oh, my God. Parmesan cheese was strong today.
What are you talking about? They just go out there like, Jim, it's not going to be that easy.
Look, it's not like you're playing the Giants or Carolina this weekend. Yeah. With Michigan, look, I think the negativity's gotten, and it might be right. Look, you and David may have been ahead of this, and I will salute both of you, okay? I do think the negativity's gotten a little out of hand considering the loss was against the best team in America. Number one team in America right now, the Texas Longhorns.
Right.
I just want to see the USC game. I think.
It wasn't even necessarily the Texas game, though, for me, Mike. It was how you performed in the other two that you should have just.
Sparty.
Hot knife through butter. It's just one of those games where you're seeing the backups and the backups to the backups.
Here's the thing. Even if Michigan wins this game, I don't think anyone has designs on them beating Oregon or Ohio State. Would you agree with that?
Correct.
Okay. I said they were a 9-3 team to start the year, and if they win this game, they're still a 9-3 team. If the Lions win, well, they are who we thought they were. Now, if they lose, that's different. The team that could actually, in a positive manner, shift what people think about them would be Michigan State. Now, Michigan has to win this game to save, I think, the fan base. And guys, if believe me, I don't want to speak for you. I don't want anything to do with you. But let me at least do this. I feel like the Michigan fan base has already got one foot out the door on this team. It is bizarre.
Yeah.
And a loss to USC, and it's like, whoa, buddy.
I think a lot of Michigan fans were, pounding their chest for the Texas game saying, we're going to show you, you're going to see. I mean, heck, man. I mean, when you hear even like Jansen, it sobered him up where he's just like, yeah, we got a lot of work to do. And I'm like, okay, if it could hit John, then yeah, I think it permeated throughout the entire
For Michigan
fan
State,
base.
I think it's a paradigm shift. You win this game, you can talk legitimately about 8 wins. And it's going to get rough in October. I know that. But you could talk about it, which would be an almost double up of their win total. It's an interesting angle. I get why everyone's saying U of M. And I'm happy to talk about that game because I'll beat a Huckleberry. I'm not betting it. Don't you dare. No way.
Which one?
Michigan USC. If I had to, I'd probably give Michigan one last stand at the Alamo look. I could see a pathway to doing it. I'll explain.
No.
You want to do it now?
No.
I'm happy to.
Let's go to the people.
All right, Harrison's leading off. 97.1. Hello, Harrison.
Hey, I need you guys to know that you have had an effect on my household. My wife, before the opener for the Lions, was in the kitchen singing Prime the Pump.
Oh, dear God.
Yeah, no.
I'm so sorry.
She's heard too much of it.
I apologize.
So when I go,
Boy, that could have been a good thing for you, Harrison.
I go, no comment. When I said seriously, I got a Rico, I don't want to hear your mouth. So.
Oh, Jesus.
Too much of the show.
I'm sorry, Harrison.
No, I love it, though. The Lions, for me, specifically the defense, because I think we saw marked improvement last week. But now you're going to get a quarterback that's dynamic. And sorry, David, I have to say this, but Gator said something smart at the end of his show. If they could keep Kyler contained, can you keep him contained, take him down for sacks, not let him get out in the open? He can make a lot more throws than Baker Mayfield can. So I think the defense is going to determine the Lions' ceiling this season because I think the offense will figure it out at some point. But this is where I think you're going to find out whether or not this defense can hold up against playoff caliber teams.
Well, and what's really interesting, Harrison, is part of what they've tried to do in Arizona is not make Kyler feel like he has to do all of it all the time. There's more of a structure, a framework. But you're right. I mean, they did not do a good job last week keeping Baker corralled. A couple of times, they just got too far upfield. They lost their lane integrity. Now, the way to keep him in there is generally a fifth rusher. It just takes away the open gap. You put a fence around him. You're not concerned about a sack. You just kind of want to walk the dog and keep him in there. Harrison, I think it's a great point, because if you just go bat out of hell, and look, Hutch is going up against another backup tackle this week. Well, if you go tearing around the edge, Kyler's going right out the back door.
Mm-hmm.
So I think it's a great
and
point.
I will say one thing I finally saw Hutch do last week that I haven't seen him do at all in his career.
Uh-oh.
On Baker, he was going around the edge and realized Baker was cutting back upfield, and he managed to turn his momentum at the last second to trip him up. And I think you're starting to see just like a little bit more smarts from Aiden Hutchinson, not just ripping around the edge and using his eyes a little bit more.
That comes with experience. That's what you wanted to see, where it's not just pin your ears back and go get the quarterback. Now you need techniques. Now you need moves. Now you need to do certain types of things. I almost equate it to like, a center in basketball, where you got to come up with at least 3 or 4 moves in order to get to the basket.
Let's go to Bob, 97.1. Bobby, what's going on, buddy?
Hey, what's going on, Mike? Long-time listener from the UP here, man. Appreciate you taking my call.
Absolutely. What's on your mind?
Yeah, so for me, it's got to be the Lions, guys, because and I'll make it as easy as this. If you look at what we thought all these teams are going to be when the season started, win or lose, Michigan and Michigan State are largely still on the spectrum of places we thought that they could be this season. Michigan State, we thought they were probably going to be a bad team, but they could be fun. And if they win, they're fun, and if they lose, they're still bad. Michigan, we thought they were going to take a step back this season, but they could be a clown car. And I think we're starting to see that play out with them. If they lose, the season's off the rails, and if they win, it's probably still a step back, because Ohio's going to come in here and truck us, and we're not going to win with Oregon either. With the Lions, the expectations were through the roof. And if you lose this game this weekend, you're staring at 1-2 with our version of the boogeyman coming in here on Monday night. It's going to be really, really bad scenario for them. So I think it's got to be the Lions. Do we stand on most to learn from what happens with the Lions this weekend?
Yeah, because if they look good, it kind of reestablishes everyone being on the same page of them being a Super Bowl team. But if they look bad and or lose, it does lend credence to what Dan Campbell talked about, which is, look, we didn't hit the ground running, and we may not get to that point before the bye week offensively. Mm-hmm. So, yeah, no, Bob, you're right. It could change completely the way we think about them. The only thing I would offer with the Michigan State comp, Bob, nobody was talking about 8 wins before the year. I said I just don't tolerate less than 7 because of the money that's being spent. But if they win to go 4-0 with the win total that was 4.5, I do think that is a distinct change to how we view them. Being anything less than 7 would then be total failure with an eye on 8.
Yeah, I'll give it to you. It kills me to say it as a Michigan fan, Mike. You guys always seem to make things interesting. Coming in with a new coach. I think Michigan State really does have an opportunity this weekend if they win to turn some heads and really make it an interesting season, maybe an 8-win season. And it could be a really fun ride for you guys over the next few years with what looks to be a promising coach and a promising future there in East Lansing.
Yeah, and again, let me be clear for the record. No, I don't believe we're winning tomorrow, especially because of what Rico had destroyed us with yesterday about Nick Marsh not playing.
Say it. Nope.
Okay, well, it doesn't change. He's not playing.
I don't know. I think it would put State on the radar if they did win. Then all of a sudden, people would be like,
you've already given up on the year, so who cares about you?
That's true. Okay.
248, got him. 248-539-9797. We'll get more.
Valenti School of Fandom.
I know. Isn't it awesome?
Just hate everybody.
Isn't it liberating? Doesn't it feel good?
Connor Cook was so overrated.
Hey, who went to his birthday party? Was he on the Eagle Council?
Hey, doesn't matter.
Undraftable.
Doesn't matter.
All right.
Lippy just caught the ball. It wasn't his fault.
Will you please
He's not a first ballot Hall of Famer.
Read something, please.
Jeez. Somebody asked me the other day, do you know how many devices the average home has connected to their Wi-Fi network? Guys, it's way more than you think. I actually went home, I counted how many devices I own, and it's more than a dozen. And it all keeps me connected to all the good stuff like the streaming and security and internet and you name it. Xfinity knows the number of devices we have connected to our internet is growing by the year. That's why their engineers they're engineering their gateways to handle hundreds of connected devices, hundreds for real. Now through October 10th, get 150 megabit Xfinity internet for just $30 a month for 12 months with a 1-year contract and get free Wi-Fi equipment included. And ask how to get the eligible free 5G phone with Xfinity Mobile. Make sure your home Wi-Fi can handle everything you throw at it and then some. Go to Xfinity.com. Call 1-800-XFINITY or visit a store today. Xfinity, bring on the good stuff. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with a store bank account. Taxes and fees extra. After promo, regular rates apply. Xfinity Mobile requires Xfinity Internet. Actual speeds vary.
David, a couple of the ticket texts. Get the prop bet casino at 245. We've got, we're doing the prop bets now?
Yeah.
You want to do the prop bets now?
We got Derek.
We're doing the prop bets now. I need some caffeine.
Shout out me and Kenny Cott. We tied for last week's winners. All right, let's start off in Ann Arbor. Miller Moss, 2.5 passing touchdowns.
I think it's an under game. I think it'll be a lower scoring game, so I'll go under.
Yeah, everything that Mike just said. Under.
Over.
David, I'm with you. I am going over. Dono, rushing yards.
Dono.
Over under 61.5.
Go over. USC gives up about 4.3 a carry. The only defense they face that, or the only offense they face that matters is LSU's. Their run game's not strong. I'll go over. It better be if Michigan plans on staying in this game.
And he's close personal friends with the Midday Show. Dono.
Right. Dono.
Gotta be over.
You going over, Kenny?
Yeah, I'm going with hope here, so over.
Dono.
I'm going to go under. I think it'll be Mullings.
Sparty.
Nah, it's the other running back that actually is productive. That's where I think if you want to win, you need to give him the ball. Alex Orgy, pass completed. Passes completed, over, under, 13.5.
Completed?
Yes.
Under. I think they've got to turn this into a 7-possession game. They've got to run the football. I think if he throws 16, 17, 18 passes, could complete 10 or 11 of them. That's the structure to how this has to look. I'll say under.
Yeah, I tend to agree with that. This is going to be a lot of ground and pound football. I'll say under.
You're right, Kenny. It should be. So, again, I'm going with hope. I'm going to go under.
Wait, hope is under, not over?
Because he shouldn't be throwing the ball.
Oh, okay. Well, we'll make a clean sweep because I'm going under as well. U of M total points scored, over, under 18.5.
Over. Not by a lot, but you set that at a weird number. I'll go over.
See, in my mind, before you said the number, I thought the number 17. So I'm going to say under, but just barely.
No, I thought the number 20, so I'm going to go over.
It just feels like a 24-20 kind of game.
I'm going to go under.
Sparty.
I know. Let's head out to Boston. More rushing yards. Nate Carter or Lynch Adams?
I'm going to go Lynch Adams. More physical, faster. I don't think they're going to have great success running it down to down, but if one guy could pop one, give me Lynch Adams. UMass Revenge Tour.
Yeah, I'm going Nate Carter.
Do you even know who Nate Carter is?
Yes.
Okay.
God.
Well, we can't play for Georgia, so I don't care.
He would be the 5th string running back at Georgia.
I'm also going to go Nate Carter here off of last week.
I'm going to go Lynch Adams because, David, they seem to go every other week. So
That's fair. That's fair.
That's why. Aiden Child passing yards, over, under 169.5.
I don't think there's a scenario states within double figures if it's not over. And while I don't think we're winning, my God, if you can't throw for 200 yards, what are we doing here? I'm going over.
What was the number?
169.5.
Over, yeah.
Under.
You know, you really are something. You know that?
David, I'm going to go over, but just barely over. MSU, this is fun. MSU penalties. Over, under.
Over.
Okay. You don't even want the number.
It's just that they're undisciplined. It's not getting better.
That's why I said over, under 9.5.
Oh, God. Under.
They've averaged over 10.
I know.
Okay.
It can't be 10. If it's 10, they can't win. Under.
That's got to be a little fixable. I'll take the under.
I'm just.
Over.
David, I'm with you. 3 weeks later, they still have the same problems. Longest play from scrimmage for MSU, over under 41.5 yards.
Longest play?
Yeah.
I'm going to go under. BC is very assignment sound, and they're going to make you grind it out, and I'll say under because Nick Marsh isn't playing. You took away our deep threat, Rico.
Well, that's just it. Is they're going to need something like that to make up for it, so I'll say over.
Yeah, no Nick Marsh, you won't have this. So I got to go under.
It was actually River Rouge black guy, but
close enough, right?
Well, I'm not re-recording that.
But you know what?
Touchdown, River Rouge black guy.
I will say we will be able to say that because it'll be Antonio Gates Jr. Touchdown, Detroit black guy for 42 yards.
You want to put that in the system, please? Thank you.
Arch, let's go to the Texas game. Arch Manning passing touchdowns against Louisiana Monroe. 3.5 passing touchdowns.
Over.
Under. Asking a quarterback to throw 4 touchdowns. I don't care who you're facing. Under. I think they just want to keep them upright. Get the hell out of there, run the football, and leave. Under.
The key to this one is you said passing. He will get a rushing to make it 4, but not 4 passing. So I'm going to go under.
That's because, according to data, he's faster than Tyreek Hill.
David, we're on the same page. Top 25 upsets. There's 18 games. 4 of the games are against ranked teams playing each other. Over under 2.5.
I'm going to say over.
You could get one tonight.
I want chaos.
Yeah, I'm going to say over.
Go over.
I want chaos, but I don't believe in chaos. So I'll say 2 under.
I'm going 2 under as well.
Oh, you sandbagging son of a.
Let's head out to the desert. You know this was coming. Sam Laporta, touchdown. Over under 0.5.
Over. This is the week Laporta gets it right.
Yeah, they do this thing where they overcorrect, like they throw to J-Mo like 20 times or something. Yeah, this will be the Sam Laporta day. Over.
They're going to attempt to overcorrect, but he still gets under.
He doesn't catch one. No, I think this is very easy. I think he will get one because they chase points. They're like that fantasy guy chasing points each week. More receiving yards. Amon-Ra St. Brown, Marvin Harrison Jr.
Marvin Harrison Jr.
I'll go Marvin Harrison Jr.
Yep.
Yeah, Marvin Harrison Jr.
Wow. They're going to the Super Bowl, right?
Yeah, a lot of weapons Detroit has, though. They're going to spread it around.
There's more mouths to feed. Yeah. And we just said it's Laporta day.
Yeah, it is.
So, I'm trying to, weigh it all out, but I know what you're doing. You're doing psychological warfare here.
I am.
Yeah, that's what this is.
Jared Goff interceptions. Over under 0.5.
For my sanity, under, please.
I don't think they're going to try to air it out 55 times like they did last week, so I'll say under.
You just need one, Kenny.
It doesn't matter, Kenny. He's going to go over.
David, I'm with you. I do think that he gets picked off at least one time. Jared Goff or Kyler Murray passing yards.
I'm going to go Kyler. The Lions have got to get back to basics. They've got to run the football more. And for Arizona to get this done, it's going to have to be through the air.
I agree with literally everything Mike just said. Has to be a ground game for the Lions. They have to get back to their bread and butter. So it has to be Kyler.
Well, of course we agree with Mike.
Oh, yeah, right.
Really? Here's what I'm going to say.
Really, this is what we're doing?
Well, you're not hitting drops, so yes.
I do agree with Mike, but I will add this. I think the overcorrection, because we talked about the overcorrection with Laporta, I think the overcorrection is Montgomery this week. So that's why it will be Murray for this one.
See, I guess I'm going to go with Goff because for some reason, they just keep dialing it up for him to pass the ball more and more. It doesn't make sense because I think they got a great running game, but they've been trying to feature Goff more and more in this offense. Finally, is this the week it happened? Caleb Williams passing touchdowns. Yes. Over under 0.5.
Over. I really think the Bears will look much better this week. Indy has no Buckner. They can't stop the run. Look, they face the Titans and the Texans, two really good defenses.
The last time I checked, though, the receiver has to catch the ball, right? Because this is not happening.
Over. Come on. And Adunze, get your dad off of social media.
This is the week it has to happen, right? We can't do this again. I'm going to say over.
We won't do this again. Under.
We'll be doing this again next week. I'm with David. I'm going under as well. David, we got time for one more? Want to make it fun? Let's go back to when we did. Orgy completions or MSU turnovers?
MSU. Kills me to say it.
Oh boy, this is a snub. I'm gonna say Orgy. They're gonna create a couple of small passing plays for him. He'll be okay.
MSU turnovers.
You say it like such a rat.
Orgy will have 25 completions. No, I'm going Orgy.
Okay.
All right,
enough.
that's your prop bet casino 97.1.
All right, week 3. Simple. FanDuel, America's #1 sports book. You get started. $200 in bonus bets guaranteed. You place your first $5 bet. You build a quick SGP for the Sunday night matchup, and away you go. It's FanDuel.com/ticket. Make every moment more with FanDuel, official sports betting partner of the NFL. 21 and up, present Michigan. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued. Non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions do apply. See terms. Sportsbook.fanduel.com. You got a gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. All right, quick timeout. We check in with our man in Vegas every week at this time, and Rico's got a hell of a way to start this conversation. We bring in Derek Stevens from Circa. Derek, how are you today?
All good, guys. Good to talk to you.
Hey, Derek. There's been a lot of movement on this Utah-Oklahoma State game. What are you seeing out there in regards to this game? Because now it looks like Utah is now favored. Yesterday it was Oklahoma State. The day before that it was Utah.
It's been unbelievable two-way action is really what's happened. So far, we're not hanging out. We're not hanging out one side or the other too much. We're two-way.
No, the question just becomes is how do you deal with the injury stuff? You know, that you basically are left flapping in the breeze a little bit because Rising's like game time decision, might wear a glove, injury to hand. Like, how much is Cam Rising worth in a game like this? Is he worth 1.5? Is he worth 2?
Yeah, I mean, Mike, that's the question. I mean, this is where these algorithms and these auto movers don't work. I mean, for Circa Sports, we take bets. We allow markets to make decisions. It's very difficult to evaluate the impact that something like that's going to happen. We know we're going to get beat on information, but we're just going to have to take the bets and we're going to see how it plays out because it's very subjective on how you determine that. It's the same thing when we have to put out an in-game line during a game where someone may or may not have a hand injury, an ankle injury. You know, there's no computer models that work through this. You know, when you have to take into account the blend of art and science.
So Michigan USC, it's one of the marquee games of the week. You get the quarterback change. The number is just sitting at that ever so weird, 5.5, 6. What are you seeing there?
Yeah, it obviously went all USC's way for quite a while, but in the last 48 hours at Circa Sports, we've seen nothing but Michigan money. We're down to a 4.5. Oh we're seeing a lot of Michigan plus. We took a lot of Michigan money at plus 190, plus 180, plus 170. So it's been all Michigan. I think people are really buying into the fact that this is the big house, quarterback change, mixes things up. So it's been Michigan money for the last 48 hours.
Derek, Michigan State taking on Boston College. That line came out, I think it was like around 7.5. Are you seeing much movement out there on that game?
No, there's not a lot of love for the Spartans out here right now. I would tell you, it's not like it's a heavily wagered game, but it's not as if people are thinking, okay, I'm gonna try to take the 7 or the 6.5 on Michigan State. I think most people kind of look at this and are kind of the position of like, this might be a game I pass on until I watch a little more.
Go to Sunday. Lions, last week obviously was a weird game, but then I laughed when I saw it, and I thought about when we do this spot with you on Friday. I go, oh, how convenient. They just threw a 3 out there and just, you guys do what you want with that. Lions laying 3 on the road at Arizona. Are you getting, you have to be getting two-way action. You haven't moved it off the number, have you?
Yeah, well, Mike, we actually opened the Lions at 2.5 and immediately went to a 3. And since it's been at 3, this is going to be a very, very heavily wagered game. It's in an optimal time slot, so it's a little bit later on Sunday afternoon. This is going to be a premier matchup, and the Lions are at 3. We are getting two-way. Currently, we're at Lions -3 even. Cardinals +3, but you got to lay 20 cents juice.
Hey, one last question for you. I know we joked about the Bengals and all the people getting knocked out of the Survivor. Is there one team above all this week that kind of holds the cards for a majority of people?
Well, I think there were probably a good amount of people that took the Jets last night.
Yeah.
So they're probably already in the clubhouse right now, feeling pretty. After that, I think you're going to come back. You're going to see a lot of Bengals on Survivor. Yeah, Survivor was unbelievable. I mean, so far 10,300 entries have been knocked out. We're down to like 3,800 for Circa Survivor. So it was the second week of some crazy carnage.
Derek, appreciate it as always. We will talk to you next week. Get some more data points here. Learn about these teams. Appreciate it, man.
All right, go Tigers. Go Tigers here.
Yeah, we'll see if they can get it done, Derek. It looks pretty damn good. Appreciate you. We'll talk next week. David, a couple of ticket texts coming in. We'll get the callers. TJ will stumble his way into the studio at some point here.
I think we learned most about Michigan State. Agree with Rico on the Lions, though. Michigan, we already learn in games thus far. They are a 4-5 loss team. John in Florida says the team we can learn the most about this weekend would be Michigan. They are playing USC, and we need to see if they can beat a good team without the QB asking, Coach, what is the defense running? Ha ha. All right, John. Okay. Michigan, if this keeps spiraling, how much further are they allowed to go before the staff's office chair starts smoking?
Wow. Isn't this amazing? Took 7 years for them to turn on Harbaugh.
Really took
five.
Took five.
Yeah, COVID saved them.
Yeah.
You're really turning on Sharon Moore. What, 3 games in? That's what we're doing?
You know why? Because it looks like Sharon Moore wasn't prepared for this season.
Well, when you don't get to know the other team's plays, things look different.
Not even that. The fact that you didn't have a quarterback, that you had to make a move in your 4th game.
Wow.
That's his team.
Or they could let it play a little and give this team, a dance recital against not the best team in America. Look, if they go out and look like a bunch of clowns, these texts are warranted.
Right.
But Jesus, Rico.
But what you're hearing, Mike, these are Michigan fans. This isn't State fans. These aren't Buckeye fans. These are Michigan fans sending these texts in. They feel like this is not going well for them. So yeah, they don't feel like this is going well. That's not Spartans. Wolverine fan. That's David, who came out at the beginning of the year.
Sparty.
So I think that's why they kind of feel a little hot seat type of thing.
All right. TJ's meandered in. We'll get him ready to go. Make sure he's got a tobacco cup. Let's get him set up for the 3 o'clock hour. Got some phone calls. Find out from TJ. We're going to learn the most about this weekend as well. 97.1.
Brought to you by Bill Brown Ford. Dan Campbell was forced to move from his home after some fans found out where he lived, unfortunately, but that's not tarnishing his view on the fan base as a whole. The Tigers face the Baltimore Orioles tonight in the first of 3 at Camden Yards. Baltimore has been scuffling lately. Despite that, they picked up a walk-off win over the Giants yesterday afternoon. Corbin Burns is on the mound for the Orioles. He's given up just 4 earned runs in his last 3 starts. Pre-game coverage begins right here on 97.1 The Ticket at 6:40. USC getting ready to face Michigan at the Big House tomorrow. The Trojan Band just completed a rally at Campus Martiets that had hundreds of USC fans in attendance. Michigan State star goalie and Red Wings prospect Trey Augustine was named as a unanimous preseason All-Big Ten honoree today. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Oh,
Happy
thank you for
birthday,
that.
you scumbag.
Thank you.
Yeah. What are you, 36?
37.
Oh, dear.
37. Oh, dear. Yeah, catching you.
You all right?
We ain't catching Rico, but I'm catching you, Mike.
No,
I thought you were right there. Really?
We're getting there.
That's a hard 37.
37. Yeah, it's been a rough 37, boys. Jesus. Oh, rough 37.
Country miles.
Well, welcome in for your birthday fiesta. So we've asked a question. I want to know where you're at with it.
All right.
Which team are we going to learn the most about this week between Lions, Michigan, and Michigan State?
Oh, I think the Lions. Yeah, I think we know. Well, I think we have a better feeling of what Michigan and Michigan State are. Michigan State, start with them. Looks like a team that, could surprise some people and maybe play a little bit better, but probably to me still looks like maybe a 7-win team. Michigan, I feel like I know what they are. I feel like, they're going to be lucky to get to 8.
Oh, you've been negative since day one.
Yeah, well, you lose, and look, you lose that many starters, you lose that many key players. You don't have impact players at key positions, quarterback, offensive line. The defense certainly hasn't been, anywhere as good enough as we hoped they were going to be. I think we know what they are. I think we know that they're probably, if they're lucky, an 8-win team as well. I'm more interested in finding out what the Lions are. I know the stats and, the last 30 games or whatever it is, they haven't lost back-to-back games. Well, that's in the past. Like that doesn't translate year to year. You know what I mean? You still got to go out there, and I feel like you still got to kind of form an identity on offense, right? Last week
running
was
the damn football.
Yeah, you got to start running it. And last week was, it was. I'm not going to say it was bad, but because you look at the stat sheet and we outsacked them 5-0, right? We outgained them by more than double. We kept them to 216 yards. You look at that without looking at the scoreboard, and you're saying, "Oh my gosh, it's a blowout." The bottom line is the situational football was just bad, right? The turnovers. You had 3 2-minute drives. You got 0 points combined. The red zone we know was atrocious. That to me is not something that you can just flip a switch and, okay, we're going to focus this week on the red zone, because you do it every single week. So, you guarantee Arizona's going to give you a lot of the same looks you saw last week and what you saw against the Rams. And I'm more interested in to see how they're going to respond. They've got a lot of really talented players. We know that. But something's just been off with this offense. The defenses look good. We've talked about that, but something's just not clicking right now. And I think I talked about it Monday. This isn't a knock on the other receivers by any means, but I think Jared Goff personally is missing Josh Reynolds a little bit. I know Lions fans, their last memory of Josh Reynolds was the NFC Championship game with a couple drop passes, but he was a big part of this offense on third down and in the red zone and making plays when you had to have them. I don't think he has that trust really in the number 3 receiver right now. So
see, it's funny because
that's just going to take time. He had years of reps with Josh Reynolds going back to his Rams days.
See, I didn't think it could be that simple as just there's no Reynolds here. It's like it can't be that. It's got to be something else. But you think it could just be that simple?
I do. Well, because I think there were so many times last year in a big third down or even a red zone where, you know what, I know the coverage, we're out leveraged, or, maybe it's not the ideal formation for what we want to run, but I've hit this pass so many times to this guy and know where he's going to be. I'm not saying that they're not doing that right now, but I think that when you have 4, 5, 6 years of trust and chemistry with a certain guy, that's hard to duplicate. And certainly I think they're going to get there eventually. I just don't think they've been there throughout the first 2 games.
Then can I ask a question? I'm asking. Then why didn't you just pay the damn guy?
I mean,
I'm asking. I mean, if you're all in, and if you're right, I don't know that you are. I'm asking.
Yeah.
If he's that important, why the hell didn't you just pay the damn guy?
It's a good question. I mean, I don't know, and I'm not sitting here saying, Josh Reynolds was some all-pro type guy.
No, I know exactly what you're saying.
Look,
he was the ultimate third down security blanket.
He was the ultimate security blanket for Jared Goff. Maybe not for, be a key piece of you want to build your offense around, but I think that him and Goff had a certain chemistry that you just haven't been able to duplicate yet. And I'm not saying it's not going to happen, but yet with some of these new guys, Tim Patrick, and we know, Khalif Raymond's been kind of the de facto number 3 receiver. I don't think they want to put him as a number 3 receiver. They want to use him more on special teams and have him as the gadget type guy. I don't think they want to be putting Khalif out there for 50 snaps a game. They're going to have to if they can't find anybody else. But that was, Mike,
yeah, it works, David. Thank you.
Thank you. That's what all the whispering was going about?
We had a technology issue, and with the picks looming this hour.
And you really needed that drop.
You're here. Okay. It's your birthday.
Wait till break.
Get there.
And go back to your question, Mike. That was one of the key concerns, I think, in the offseason, right? How are you going to address the receiver position? Because the rest of the team looked like it really didn't have many holes in it outside of that depth receiver spot. And they brought in Tim Patrick, who seemed like he was getting acclimated last week, and Allen Robinson, who's been on the practice squad. So they need to speed one of those guys up when it comes to Jameson's kind of the deep guy. Amon-Ra's getting coverage underneath. Laporta still kind of catching his feet a little bit from the training camp injury. You need somebody else in there that can just you get one-on-one coverage, can take advantage of opportunities, and can build that trust with the quarterback.
TJ, it looks like the Lions have kind of been playing catch-up, where – first game, you didn't really see anything with Amon-Ra. It was all J-Mo. Last week, it was okay. It's going to be St. Brown's turn. It almost seems like, where's Laporta? Is this a Laporta-type game where it's going to be his 2024 breakout game?
That's hard to say. I mean, because like the coaches, I don't think he's hurt, but I think that they have a history of if you miss training camp and you're unavailable in the preseason, we can't just throw you back in there and expect things to just pick off where they were, week 18 of last year. Like, that's not how it works, right? And I think Coach even admitted that where, he's been banged up a little bit. It's hard coming out of training camp. How many reps are we going to give him? Do we know what kind of workload he can handle? We put in this big game plan for him, and all of a sudden 10 plays in, he's out. We got to change everything. You know what I mean? Those are just issues you don't want to be going through on Sunday. But I think maybe the first 2 games they needed to see if he could handle the workload that they were giving him. And, nothing hasn't been on the injury report. And also, I think this could be a week where maybe if they were holding something back just because they weren't sure about the availability, where you say, okay, well, he's got 2 solid games in now. He's given us 75% of the snaps in the first 2 games. We think he's ready to finally handle the workload and be maybe that lead guy in some of the key situations, the third down and back to that red zone target that he was a big part of last year. So I think he could. I think they're definitely going to try to involve him more. But to be the focal point, it's hard to say because you've got guys like Amon-Ra that needs the ball. You're a better team when he touches the ball 10 times. You're a better team when you're able to take the top off the defense with Jameson Williams. You're a better team when you can get the ball to Jahmyr Gibbs in space. And we all know they're a better team when you can run the ball. So it's hard to say, this is this guy's week to get all the targets and
the
go
thing.
Dominate.
You're a better team, but when you get in the red zone, you're not. Because all those guys had, great games. Amon-Ra had, his 10 catches last week. You didn't win the game. You scored 16 points.
Yeah.
When you get in the red zone, that's money time for Laporta, and it's like I guess that's why I expect to see him more. And I haven't seen that in the first 2 games.
The red zone was tough last week. And you know what? Going back and watching the film again, I mean, I know Ben Johnson and Dan Campbell said, we got to run the ball in the red zone, right? No duh. You have to run the ball. Everything tightens up. The safeties are a little bit closer. But in my mind, you can't wait till you get to the red zone to start running the ball. Offensive linemen, running backs, you need to get into a rhythm. You need to understand how the defense is flowing. You need to understand, okay, hey, maybe we're trying to stretch the ball, but it's getting limited. Hey, guys, we're going to start cutting it back when we get down in here. I think 13 of the first 15 plays last week were passing plays, right? So the run game's not just something, hey, we crossed the 20, boom, now we're going to run it. No, you got to get into a rhythm early, especially with this team. That's your identity. So I think there's times where coaches kind of outsmart themselves going into games saying, you know what, hey, man, this Tampa D-line or their front seven, really hard to run the ball, so we're just going to come out and make it a completion game. You can also lose track of, we've got one of the best offensive lines. We've got one of the best 1-2 punches at running back. Why don't we go we're at home. Why do we not go try to establish the line of scrimmage, run the ball early until they show us that they can stop it? But the one fix I think I got that was a constant in the red zone was the first down plays. And I charted them. First down, 1st and 10, incomplete pass. 1st and 10, 0-yard run. 1st and 10, 1-yard reception. And then the next 2 1st and 10s you had, -4-yard run, -4-yard pass. Now you're in 2nd and longs. There's no threat to run the ball. So you're going to get 7 guys dropping. We know if you got 4 guys out on the route, there ain't going to be many holes. And no disrespect to Jared Goff. We've seen him use his wheels a little bit the last couple games. If you don't have a mobile quarterback that can extend plays down in the red zone and find guys open and get guys into the holes once you start getting out of the pocket, like Kyler Murray does, it's really tough to convert in the passing game when you're backed up 2nd and 16. So I think one of the big keys this week in the red zone, first down, you got to be able to pick up half and at least keep the threat of a run on 2nd and 3rd down. They didn't do that enough last week.
What do you I want to ask this the right way so it doesn't sound like I'm being negative. What do you make of Jack Campbell?
I think Jack's still a young player. I think Jack flashes a lot, but I think Jack might get lost a little bit at times.
Yeah,
right?
Snap count wise, I mean, he's clearly the 3rd backer.
Yeah.
Like he's just not. I wanted your take. I go long stretches and I go, does this guy play for this team?
I think he does. I'm not giving up on Jack Campbell.
I didn't say give up.
No, I still see flashes, and I still am realistic to say this is a young player that just continues to he needs to continue just to get reps and understand things. And I think sometimes you can tell for young guys that get lost at times, like they're thinking too much, right? I got to go here. I got to go. Sometimes you just got to settle down, right? Just stay in your spot, stay in your zone. I saw the one play last week where it was the busted coverage where they scored the touchdown on Chris Godwin. I saw people giving Jack Campbell, hell for that. Let me set it straight. In no world, in any level of football, would you have a linebacker covering deep 3rd? Okay, so I would say that was not on Jack Campbell. He was the closest guy to Chris Godwin. That wasn't his responsibility. So maybe that's a play that people are looking at. But
I think what Mike is trying to say is when will we see that first-round selection?
Yeah, I mean –
like you can't beat Derek Barnes and Anzalone out. I drafted you first. You got to be better than one of them.
Yeah, I'm with you. And I think that with Anzalone, he's clearly the number 1 guy at that position.
He never leaves the field, TJ.
He never leaves the field. We don't know what his availability is going to be this weekend. I'm assuming, probably 4 o'clock we'll get the injury report, but probably going to be a questionable type player. If he's out, I think that's where you see Jack Campbell step in and maybe get 60 plays this game against Arizona. But yeah, I think you're right. I'm not going to say that the clock's ticking out on Jack Campbell, but you'd like to see a little bit more consistency. I do still think he is a very physical presence in the middle. He's definitely a lot better in the run game than he has been in coverage,
yes.
Right? But I think that's probably the hardest step for a lot of young linebackers to take at the NFL level is keeping up with the speed, staying in your zone, being disciplined, not letting the quarterback, not letting his eyes dictate where you want to jump to, but being disciplined. I think it takes a while for some of these guys to really understand the pass coverage and the meshes and just feeling where your buddy's supposed to be, trusting your teammates. Because I think even on the first drive, Tampa clearly blew an assignment. They had 2 guys run the same over route early in
they were right next to each other.
And I think Jack just kind of, you could tell he's reading the quarterback's eyes and he kind of jumped to his left. If he just feels the presence of the guys to his left, he knows, okay, I got help over there. I can lean a little bit more right. Maybe that's where the big plays start to come from.
All right, we'll get to your phone calls. I want to ask you about U of M. I have a theory on what they can do to not be terrible. I want you to tell me.
I'd love to hear that.
Okay, I'm going to offer it.
You got more hope than I do. Then.
Listen, We'll get to it next. Just Rico, take him to church.
Hey, guys, you've heard me talk about Specs at LTU. Everybody's welcome at Specs at LTU. You want a career in radio, TV, you're a graphic design artist, Specs at LTU can help you achieve your goal and get you started on your path. It's very simple. All you need to do is be curious and go visit the website, ltu.edu/specs, to learn more about the broadcast media arts, digital media arts, and graphics communications program taught through Specs at LTU. Right here in Southfield on the campus of Lawrence Tech. You're going to be taught by instructors like myself who work in the business. Rico, what does that mean? It means with a hands-on approach and expert faculty, you will learn the practical skills you need to succeed in today's media industry. So once again, what are you waiting for? You got to be curious. Go visit the website, ltu.edu/specs. That's ltu.edu/specs to learn more. Then make magic by enrolling in Specs at LTU certificate program today.
Being number one's not easy. It takes years of experience, dedication, and determination. The number one mattress purchased by millions every year. It's Serta. They got the experience with 111 years making the world's most comfortable mattresses, and they are made right here in Michigan. And this fall, get a great night's rest on a Serta mattress. Go to Serta.com. Find a retailer near you. That's Serta.com. All right, so before I get to the phones, TJ with us, the birthday bonanza, let me sell you this pen. Here is why I am not totally bailing on Michigan. I know Rico has, TJ has, David has, and Kenny never respected y'all in the first place because he's Paul Feinbaum with a beard. So let's just do this.
I see the similarities.
Absolutely. The move to Alex Orji. TJ, and this is not about what Moore will do. This is should versus will. I'm asking you, if Michigan simply, much like when Lamar went to the Ravens and Greg Roman midstream, deconstructed the offense and said, okay, this is what it's going to be now. Take what Gus Malzahn is doing at Central Florida and what he used to do at Auburn with Cam. And we're talking about, in essence, a wildcat offense.
Mm-hmm.
Your quarterback run is what everything is built on. So 12 to 14 carries for Orji, that wildcat. Constant jet motion, pound the rock with your 2 running backs, extra linemen, extra tight end, and then you have to spoon feed him 12, 13, 14 throws. A couple of them are going to be shot plays.
Yeah.
A couple, you pray to God this kid can move the sticks.
One read throws.
Right.
Yeah.
Is that insane of me to say, look, if you condense this down, like service academies, that the number 7 is what they live on. Not touchdowns, possessions. That if they play right, they make it a 7-possession game. And you lean on your defense to get the other team off the field a little bit, and it's ugly, but you can win. Is that crazy?
Well, I'm going to be nice because it's my birthday. I'm in a good mood. I'm not going to call you insane. But
Call me insane.
I've thought about this myself, but I go back to the fact where if you had this offense, implemented in training camp or all summer long, and you still decided your best offense was Davis Warren, how am I supposed to go into this week with Alex Orji expecting anything to be better? Your coaches made a decision that this team is better with Davis Warren as our quarterback than whatever we've seen with Alex Orji and the offense and the run option or whatever they've been doing in training camp and all summer. Davis Warren was a better option. So I look at it and say, if you're going to turn it around and you have any hope to do so, why would you, if you thought it was going to work, why would you wait till week 4 to do it? Right? So that's kind of what I'm thinking. And the other part of me is I just don't think this offensive line is good enough to run the ball 50, 55 times like they were last year. They're not moving guys off the rock. Donovan Edwards is just running into people. I think it's pretty clear, and I'm not, not sure. I think we can all agree here. Khalil Mullings is a better running back than Donovan Edwards is. Donovan Edwards, now, when everything was blocked up perfect and you got him up to the 2nd and 3rd level, man, and that hole was, 8 yards wide, hell yeah, he looked like a Heisman running back. But when stuff's not going good now and you got to break a tackle, Khalil Mullins looks like your guy. So I'm not trying to call you insane, Rico. I'm not trying to cut you off.
I want you to. It's okay.
I think it is. I think if they had any chance to be that type of offense, we would have seen it week 1.
Okay.
And not week 4 when Davis Warren.
You understand why at least I was trying to create a pathway.
I do. And I think that, you know what, they probably spent a lot of time figuring out, okay, Alex Orji, he's thrown 7 career passes, right? We got to put an offense in for him, running the ball, the read option or whatever you want to call it, the quarterback sweeps or the dives or the wildcat. They probably, I'm assuming it'd be negligent if they didn't. I'm sure they spent a lot of time doing that in training camp.
Yeah.
And they came out of there saying, Davis Warren gives us a better shot.
Go ahead, Rico.
And we've seen Davis Warren, and there was no way you could roll him back on the field. So now it seems like you're going back to an offense that you really didn't want to run in the first place.
Okay, 2 things. One is, when I look at this, what is Michigan going to do? Because if you hand it off to Donovan on 2nd and 9, it's probably going to be 3rd and 8. Then what happens with Orji? Can you pick up that first down? Can you then drop back and throw the ball, pick up consistently a 3rd and long? Because if they can keep it at like 3rd and 2, 3rd and 3, then you almost go full Dan Campbell. We're just going to go for it. And 4th and we'll just keep going because we can outrun you for that. I mean, for that sort of space.
But we saw that against Texas. They tried to run Orji, on 3rd and 3 in the red zone. 0-yard gain. Okay, well, let's just kick a field goal. It's like if that's going to be your plan, you got to have a 4th down plan, right? You're not. If we're running it on 3rd and 3 out of the Wildcat, we're going for it on fourth down, right? You know what I mean?
But it's also when you bring the guy in and everybody knows you're doing it. It's like,
so what? How is that going to change this week?
Because if you're in there every play, and and again, the jet motion, the counters, you're using 2 running backs. I got extra linemen. There's enough candy pre-snap. I can't just go, hey, alert, alert, alert. Run guy is in.
Yeah. Well, and you know what? You might be asking them to change their entire offense in 1 week against a pretty damn good team. Now, if you've got you got a bad
TJ's
team.
preaching over here.
Where's the bell?
You got a bad team.
I'm looking for it.
Throw the damn towel.
Go ahead, TJ.
If you got a bad team coming in, right, and you want to say, hey, we're going to test this out, then that's the time to do it. But you've had a couple bad teams come in throughout the first 3 games, and you haven't seen it. So I think you're trying to ask them to run an offense that they either didn't like, throughout the summer that they saw, they probably tried, or they just don't have implemented. And it's just, you got USC on the other side too, man. Like I'm telling you, this offensive line is not good enough, in my opinion, to do that. And I think when you got a team like USC coming in that can score points and be explosive and go up 2 scores in a blink of an eye, then what are you going to do? Keep trying to run the ball, 50 times and get back into it?
I didn't say
what I mean?
I didn't say there's no scenario their defense doesn't carry the day that they win games.
Yeah, I mean, I could be completely wrong and shocked, but I just think if we would have, if there was any trust from Sharon Moore and Alex Orji in the offense that you're describing, we would have seen it. They wouldn't wait till USC in week 4. We would have seen that week 1, maybe a little bit, a couple drives of it. We damn sure would have seen it against Texas, right? Because that's your big game to start the season off. So I think it's unrealistic, and I'm not going to say insane, Mike, because I do think it is it's a proper concept in your thought, but I think if they trusted that, they would have never rolled Davis Warren out in the first place.
TJ, here's the other thing that I ask. Let's just say this experiment doesn't work the way they want to go. Where do you go from here? Because you can't bring Davis Warren back, can you?
No, I don't. There's no way. I mean,
oops, we're sorry.
Right,
my bad.
I was, and I asked, and I know John and Doug are around that program a lot, rightfully so. They do the games. I remember being in Monday, and off the air, I asked Doug. I said, "There's no way you can roll Davis Warren out there again, right? Like the guy's experiment over. We've seen what we need to see at this level. A team." It depends on what kind of offense you want to run. And I'm like, well, if the other offense was better, why the hell haven't they been doing that the whole time anyways, But no, I don't. You know what? Who's the quarterback? The Jaden Davis, was that the name? The young kid that you say? Look, if things go off the wall, don't get me wrong, I'm not calling for Jaden Davis to play, but if you try the Alex Orji experiment this weekend, and it just doesn't look right, and he can't throw the ball, and you can't run the ball, you can't run block. I guess you try to stick with it a little bit.
Tunnel
if it stops going done, then you got to. Who knows, man? Time. I don't know, but I'm trying not to be too negative. I'm trying to be realistic based off what I've seen the first 3 games, and I'm not putting it all in the quarterbacks because I do think the offensive line is just not what Michigan's been accustomed to.
If a Wolverine slap like you is this negative, it tells me everything I need to know.
I don't know if it's negative, if it's just realistic. We all watch the games. No, what am I supposed to sit here and say, the offensive line looks great? They're so close.
You're not allowed to go against the cult. You don't get it. Any form of critique is negative.
Okay, but I think anybody that's been watching the games clearly knows that this is a major drop-off than what we've seen the last couple of years. And you know what? I'm not going to blame it all on Sharon Moore. I'm not going to blame it all on the players. You lost 20 of 22 starters. You can't just fill in 20 guys and say, okay, let's go win another championship.
Yeah, you don't know the other team's plays. It's tough.
You're going to have some rough spots. And you know what? Real quick, I know you're about to get a read.
You're fine. Go ahead.
This might be negative and black. I might piss some people off. Orji, when he throws the ball.
What did you just say?
Negative and black. That's what I heard.
No, I was going to say blasphemous. Okay, I was going to say blasphemous for Michigan fans, which I am one. Alex Orji, when he was throwing the ball last week, looked a lot like young Joe Milton, where your guys are open 50 yards down the field. The only problem is the ball's at like 65. The ball's just gone.
No idea where it's going.
Right?
None.
So, yeah, I couldn't get that image out of my mind when I saw him throw that deep ball to a wide open guy. No, it's just about 12 yards too far.
We'll get your phone calls and ticket text next. Picks at 3:45.
We'll promise to be negative and black.
My mic cut off.
All right, Northville Lumber, oldest company in the state of Michigan, largest Trex decking outlet in the country. Nobody sells more than Northville. Listen, they moved enough product last year to cover 26 football fields. They can do it because it's all in stock. Some of it as low as $1.59 a foot. So you want to get that deck built, enjoy your outdoor living space, head on down to Northville. They will intro you to a Trex certified pro. They'll get it done and get it done right. Just call Northville Lumber today or go to northvillelumber.com. That's northvillelumber.com.
Brought to you by Cars for Kids. Dan Campbell said that Terrion Arnold is trending in the right direction to play against the Cardinals this week. Graham Glasgow is also good to go. The only players that missed practice today were Ife Melifonwu and Ennis Rakestraw. The Tigers are tied with the Twins for the last wildcard spot in the American League. Detroit begins a 3-game set with Baltimore, who is just 3-7 in their last 10. If the O's manage a sweep, they can clinch a playoff berth. Here the game right here on 97.1 The Ticket. First pitch at 7:05. Minnesota will face the Red Sox. The Red Wings announced their television schedule for the upcoming season. 69 games will be carried on Bally Sports Detroit, while 13 regular season contests will be nationally exclusive as well between TNT, ABC, and ESPN. The first national game will air on ESPN Plus and Hulu October 17th versus the Rangers. Joel Embiid has agreed to a 3-year, $192 million deal with the 76ers. His career earnings are now just behind LeBron, Steph Curry, and Paul George for fourth in NBA history. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. More at 4 at 97.1theticket.com.
All right, we're going to get to the people because TJ has to collect himself after hearing about that Joel Embiid contract.
$3 million. Oh, my goodness.
Well, he's not a hockey player.
Let's go to
Holy
Mike.
hell.
97.1. Mike, how you doing, buddy?
Hey guys, how you doing?
What's up,
Happy
Mike?
birthday, TJ.
Hey, thanks, buddy. Appreciate that. Thank you.
And I just read it's Dan Skipper's birthday today too. But
Yes,
to
it
answer
is.
To answer your guys' question about I kind of think Michigan State does, because if Michigan State wins, we know Michigan. I'm a big Michigan fan, but we know I don't think they're very good. I agree with TJ. But if Michigan State wins, they will be 4-0, and they have exceeded all of most people's expectations for what, 5 or 6 wins. And who do they play next week, Mike? After this Boston College game,
They have OSU and then Oregon and then a bye week.
Oh wow, that's tough. But if they can get to 4-0 and stay competitive in those 2 games, don't you think that's kind of a program changer? And the Lions, if they lose, it's a long season. I think they'll be all right either way. You know, some teams will get off slow, and I think they'll be fine. But I definitely think this is a huge game for Michigan State.
Yeah, I mean, I wish Nick Marsh were playing, but Rico ruined that. So it really just comes down to, to be able to have 2 road wins in September over Power 5 competition, to be able to be a team who people thought, hey, they're going to win 4 games and be complete ass. Yes, I would say it's a great step forward, but I'm not putting words in Rico's mouth in this regard.
I wish I didn't hit him with my car. So. Don't park that close to me next time.
I have no idea what my team is. I don't. I mean, you don't get anything playing Prairie View. Florida Atlantic has turned out to be totally reprehensible. The Maryland game is what we're holding on to. Okay. But you need more data. Now, if they win here, would I expect 7 wins by the end of the year? Yes.
You don't get much out of the Prairie View game except for the way you won the game. It was a no-lose type. Like if it was close, you'd be worried.
Or Nick Marsh died.
You went in there and you played and you got things done. Wow, he died? Wow.
I mean, if he ain't on the field, he ain't alive.
R.I.P.
Yes. Not necessarily
in
true.
your world.
Over-exaggeration.
I'm making a point. We need you on Chestnut Hill Saturday.
You know what?
He died for 1 week.
Next man up.
He'll be back.
Yeah.
Who was the next man up?
You're right over there. Right over there. That's the next man up in State's receiver room. It's Kenny Cott with a helmet on backwards.
Son of a famous NFL tight end.
Oh, Gates.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Like I got quick hands. I'll be all right. Put me in.
I'd love to watch Kenny run one go route. What do you think that would look like? He would definitely fall down at some point.
Weren't we trying to arrange a race between me and TJ last week?
Oh, you don't want that. You don't want that smoke, bro.
I don't. I know I don't.
Well, okay. How long are we talking? Like if it's
like
a
around
mile,
the building?
Nah, it's too far. Give me 30 yards.
We had just said it. The only concern with you would be the structural integrity of your hips. Like if you
hips are good.
You stay healthy, you'll beat him.
No, hips are good, man. Lubed up, they're good. We're good to go.
All righty then. Wait, what the hey? Go ahead and see what we can.
Thousands of bottles.
All right, we're moving on. Just go to DJ in Detroit, 97.1. Deej, what's going on, buddy?
What up, though, fellas?
What's happening?
You got it. TJ Lane, happy birthday, my guy.
I appreciate you.
Man.
Thank you, D. Appreciate it.
Yeah, definitely. So, Mike, this is actually one of your easier ones. MSU is 3-0. That right there tells us the fact that they're 3-0 and not 0-3. They ain't got to prove nothing else to me. That's a blessing. University of Michigan, Post-cheating, they're exactly what I thought they would be. I'm a U of M fan, but, they're looking like they were pre-cheating, which is they beat up on their punk teams, and then they go against top teams, and they don't look that too good. So clearly this is my Detroit Lions. Clearly, because the Detroit Lions are now the hunted instead of the hunters. How are they going to handle that 2 games in a row? They haven't lost 2 games back-to-back in over a year. How are they going to handle that? Also, Jared Goff has had his 2 worst games of his career. So now the question is, have defenses figured out a way to kind of neutralize him? And also, he's also playing, coincidentally, shot for you, TJ Lane, when those big guys up front, who I've been saying is the key to Jared Goff all along, aren't playing to their all-pro potential. It's no coincidence that he's looking bad. So it's clearly the Lions, without question.
Yeah, I'm with you. I think, we know what the Lions were. We know what they want to be. But, yeah, that doesn't translate just season to season. Now we are tough and physical and disciplined and all these things we want to be. We were that last year. Doesn't mean you're going to be that again this year. No, we've seen portions of that. And I'm like you, Deej, man. Like I try to not overreact because the offense with the one thing we all think about is the red zone, right? Man, if you could have scored 1 touchdown or kicked a field goal, like that game potentially could have been a blowout. Now it wasn't, but they're not far off. But yeah, every season's different, man. You got to go in, and I still don't feel like they have established enough identity to be comfortable to say, you know what? Yep, they're still the team we saw last year, that tough, gritty team. I think they are. But this is a good weekend to go out there against Arizona and bounce back and
keep
show
them
that
off the field.
And show that you are that team that you were last year. Just a resilient team, a team that things go bad, we find a way to correct it. Just because you say we've done it in the past doesn't automatically mean you're going to do it again this week.
Rico and TJ outstanding on the pick so far, including you're both tied.
We should do a podcast about it.
We should.
Yeah,
you
should do
should.
podcast going.
You totally should. I have one you can take. Enjoy all
the
of
real
it.
winners.
I'm just busting your balls. Calm down.
I'm saying you guys are
No,
tremendous.
that was already taken.
A lot of football left.
I see what you did there. Look at you. All right, offer's almost over. All FanDuel customers bet $5 get a 3-week free trial of NFL Sunday Ticket from YouTube and YouTube TV. With that base plan, you can watch every regular season Sunday afternoon out-of-market game. You, too, can have the Giants ruin your life. It's totally tremendous. Just go to FanDuel.com/ticket. Download America's #1 sportsbook. 21 and up. Present Michigan. Full price of NFL Sunday Ticket automatically charged seasonally after free trial. No refunds. Terms and restrictions do apply. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
All right, it's time for the picks. Wow. Outstanding. We're asking about Cookies and his cat on the podcast. All right, let's.
Yeah, just don't eat them, all right, Kenny?
All right. Friday night, we actually got a decent football game. Number 24, Illinois at Nebraska. Nebraska laying 7.5. Rico Beard.
Mike, this is going to be Nebraska. They have been partying and tailgating all day long. This Friday game, the crowd will be there. Nebraska will roll Illinois. Give me Nebraska.
Over to Kenny.
There's only one Pat Mahomes. I don't do the look-alike routine. Give me Illinois.
Mr. Hatchett.
Yeah, I hate Patrick Mahomes, so by association, I have to go Illinois here.
TJ Lang, happy birthday.
I'm going to take Illinois as well. I don't think they win the game, but I think they got their big play receivers give them enough chance to stay close in this game.
Nebraska can't bet coaches who dress in muumuus. Number 12, Utah.
Matt Patricia's?
Yeah, basically. Number 12, Utah at number 14, Okie State. Okie State laying 2.5. Rico, fun fact, if you add the quarterbacks' ages in this game, they're as old as you are.
That's hurtful. That's mean. And you know what? I'm going to go with Utah. I picked Utah to win the Big 12. I think they're going to win this game outright, Utah.
Kenny Cott.
I'm going to go pretty much exactly the opposite of what Rico just said. Oklahoma State.
Okay, then. David.
I'm going to go Utah. This line's been all over the place. I'll stick with Utah.
I know, TJ, you did a deep dive on this game. You know all about it.
Oh, I am a diehard Utah-Oklahoma State junkie. For the sake of trying to break up the scoreboard at the top, Rico, I'm going to take the opposite. Plus, we don't know if Cam Rising's going to play, so I'm going to take Oklahoma State.
Okie State's O-line stinks. They can't get Ollie Gordon going. I don't know. Maybe Rising stays healthy. Give me Utah. Tennessee laying 6.5 at Oklahoma at night. This is the SEC opener for Oklahoma. Mr. Rico Beard.
I'm gonna go with Oklahoma in this game, Mike.
Jesus, Heather.
Game day is going to be there. This is going to be fired up for the crowd. They don't get to play really big games at home because they mostly play them at the Cotton Bowl against Texas. Give me the Sooners.
Kenny Cott.
This was a 7-point spread. Now it's down to 6.5. You're under a touchdown. Give me Tennessee.
Over to David.
I'm also going Tennessee here. Josh Heupel's returning home. Tennessee.
TJ.
Yeah, it might be my dumb pick of the week, but I'm going to take Oklahoma. The home dog. Nico, I'm not even going to try to say his last name.
Iamaleava.
Thank you. Really his first test of his young career. Going to be in a hostile environment. 6.5 is too many for me. I don't know if they win the game, but I'm going to take Oklahoma.
It's top 15 defense. It's on the road at night. It's the first true road start for a young quarterback. Oklahoma gets back 2 starting O-linemen this week. They were down to their 4th-string center last week. They get back Andrell Anthony, your guy, Rico. They get back Nick Armstrong out wide. I love Oklahoma. Let's do it.
All right, let's roll.
Boomer Sooner. Michigan State minus Nick Marsh at Boston College laying 6.5. Ricardo, how are you?
Mike, this is the red bandana game for Boston College. Played at night, but Boston College is 4-6 in the red bandana games. Give me MSU in the points.
God, I hope you're right. Kenny.
Rico, I don't know if your team is any good, but I didn't wear floral on Floral Friday, and I'm sorry, so I will pick Michigan State in the points.
Over to David.
That's a poor excuse to pick Michigan State. I'm going Boston College.
Kenneth.
Yeah, that's TJ. Thank you. I will take.
Yes, it is. You're right.
Thank you.
Sorry.
Appreciate it.
Caffeine ain't kicked in yet.
The no Nick Marsh rumors. Don't know if it's going to be true or not. Have me a little bit worried. Boston College is the tough team.
Do a test. Look him in the eye. He's a man of God. He can't lie to you.
Is Nick Marsh playing? Oh, he looked
plays
up.
football.
Yeah, he ain't playing. All right, I'm going to take.
He plays football.
200
He
tomorrow.
plays football.
Boston College is tough, man. 200 yards a game on the ground. I think they're going to be too physical for the Spartans. I'm going to take BC in a 7-point game. Not a blowout, but they're going to cover.
I'm not mad at you. I'll take BC too. I got to see it to believe it with this state team. Let's go to Michigan USC. This ought to be easy for you guys. Go ahead, Rico.
Yeah, I think Michigan coming in struggling against not just Texas, but even in their wins, they did not look dominant. They're switching new quarterbacks to Alex Orji. I think Miller Moss is going to come in here. Kenny, to use your phrase, orbital ramming speed. USC.
Kenny.
Yeah, I kept picking Michigan. They kept screwing me. So enough of that. I'm going USC.
David.
One last time. Run the ball, Michigan.
TJ.
Yeah, David, the only problem, they're going to run the ball, but they're going to be down a couple scores, so it won't even matter. We talked about this game a bunch. I'm going to take USC.
One last free roll. Maybe it's 24-20 final. Give me U of M one last time. Let's go to Sunday in the National Football League. The rat bleep line of the week. Texans laying 2 as they travel to Minnesota. Rico.
This is going to be a little bit of a revenge game. Danielle Hunter going home. Steph Diggs actually going back to where he started. Give me the Texans.
Over to Kenny Cott.
I don't know how you bet this game. I don't know how the Vikings are 2-0. I don't know anything about this game, actually, so I'll just take the Texans.
Over to David.
Delshon Phillips plays for the Texans. He went to Cass Tech. CT beat King tonight. I'm going Houston.
Oh, that is tonight.
Oh, my God. TJ.
Man, this is a tough pick. I don't think Minnesota's
honestly.
What I miss? I miss something.
You just get diarrhea for the entire week.
I'm so sorry.
I'm going to take Minnesota. I think Sam Darnold's playing good football. He's taking care of the football. He's accurate. Look, I'm not going to say he's a Pro Bowl guy, but he's got something rolling right now. I'm going to take Minnesota to win.
Spread looks weird. Give me the Vikings. Chargers, Steelers, first 1 to 10 wins. Steelers laying 1.5. Go ahead, Rico.
Don't know if Justin Herbert's going to play. Looks like he's game time decision. I don't think that matters because the Steelers can't score points. So give me the Chargers.
Over to Kenny.
I am with you, Rico. The Steelers really can't score. I'll take the Chargers.
Justin Herbert's dealing with a high ankle sprain. Steelers, we're home again. Feels so good. Lock Russell up. Steelers.
Hey, David, I'm with you. I'm going to take the Steelers. Chargers have been really leaning on that run game. Questionable, probably doubtful Justin Herbert. Steelers aren't just going to let the Chargers come in and run the ball all over them like they have been the first couple weeks. So I think the Steelers might not even need a touchdown to win, but they're going to win this game, David.
Yeah,
I'm with you.
Big 3-0 win.
Big 6-0.
It's also the Steelers' home opener. Home field matters.
Yep.
Why not?
Mike Tomlin, man, he's a hell of a coach.
Give it a free roll. Give me the Steelers. Eagles at the Saints. This was a 7-point spread a week ago. It's now Saints all the way to the other side. Saints favored by 2.5.
Wow.
Rico.
They crossed the bridge, Mike, and I think the Saints keep this thing rolling. I don't even think they know who their punter is because they just score points, and they're going to continue to score points. Eagles are still deflated from what happened on Monday night. Give me the Saints.
Kenny.
Yeah, the bridge crossing is kind of throwing me off. I'm going to take the Chargers. Hopefully it's not a rake.
Well, considering it's Saints
the Eagles. The Eagles. Damn it. Looking at the wrong game.
He did it again. I'm just going to stick with the Saints here.
This is difficult because I hate both teams. I don't like Nick Sirianni, and I really don't like Derek Carr.
I know.
And I really, really don't think the Saints can keep doing what they've been doing the first couple weeks.
But are the Eagles any good?
I'm going to say this week they are.
Okay.
I'm going to take the Eagles.
I'll go Saints. I hate the Eagles. I can't do it anymore. And Sirianni.
You don't hate the Saints? You don't hate Derek Carr? Everybody hates Derek Carr.
I was just going to say I don't think about Derek Carr. Sirianni's got a very punchable face. Ravens. Cowboy. I mean, this is as pressure-packed as it gets. Ravens laying 1, 0-2 at the 1-1 Cowboys. Rico Beer.
Yeah, I was surprised to see that this is the first time Lamar's ever been in Dallas. So this is a desperate Ravens team. They know that if they go 0-3, that's it. Their season is over. They're going to go in there. They're going to win. Give me the Ravens.
Over to Kenny.
Yeah, for a regular season good team like the Ravens, I think they absolutely need this win. So give me Baltimore.
You guys are wrong. I'll go with the black quarterback that just most recently got paid. I'm going with Dallas.
For similar reasons that Rico and Kenny displayed, I think Baltimore's too good to start 0-3. So I'm going to take the Ravens on the road.
Their O-line sucks. They've given up the most passing yards in the whole sport. And for some reason, penalties are the thing they do best. I'm out on the Ravens. Give me Dallas.
0-3 start for Baltimore.
I know. And then finally the media might talk about Lamar in real terms because he stinks.
Well, Dallas has a win.
No, I'm saying the Ravens go 0-3.
No.
Lions, 3-point favorites in the desert. Rico will be in attendance. He's flipping the opening coin.
Oh, yeah.
At Arizona. You know the red zone? He runs it.
Whoa. Congratulations,
Nick Marsh will be
Rico.
there right there with me.
Yeah, because he won't be in Boston. Go ahead.
What was that?
Slimus.
I'm gonna go. Look, when you play Arizona always has the lead, and teams come back on them. That's been what they've been doing. They've been scoring a lot of points. They got a mobile QB. That's been the Lions' bugaboo.
Uh-oh.
Give me the Cardinals and the points.
Kenny Cott.
From negative and black to positive and white, Lions.
You're wrong. Cardinals.
TJ?
I think it's going to be a tight game. I think it's going to come down to a Jake Bates field goal. I'm feeling like a 31-30 win for the Lions, which means the Cardinals are going to cover.
Give me the Lions. I'll take the 3. I'll lay the 3. God, it's brutal, man. All right, those are the picks. TJ, happy birthday.
Thank you.
You're not sticking around?
Go celebrate. No, I'd love to celebrate with you guys.
He
but,
can't be bothered.
I heard this was a dry studio, so I'm going to get out of here.
He can't be bothered. He's got to start his copious binge drinking. All right, we'll talk to you. Happy birthday, buddy.
See you next week.
97.1.
Brought to you by Beninati Pools. Colt Keith was once again seen going through throwing drills at Camden Yards today. He did not play in the win on Wednesday after leaving Tuesday's game early with a shoulder injury. The Orioles on tap for the Tigers tonight. Gunnar Henderson, one of their most dangerous bats. He was 3 for 10 versus the Tigers in the series last week and has hit a career-high 37 homers. That's Orioles broadcaster Jeff Arnold. A reminder that tonight's game is an Apple TV exclusive, but 97.1 The Ticket is your home for Tigers baseball. Coverage begins at 6:40 tonight. Ify Melifonwu was one of just 2 players absent from Lions practice today, but Dan Campbell clarified that he's not a candidate for the injured reserve. Texans running back Joe Mixon is doubtful with an ankle injury for Sunday's game with Minnesota, according to Tom Pelissero. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
All right, David, we'll get to who said it momentarily. Let's catch up on Ticket Text. We've asked people, what team do we think we're going to learn the most about this weekend between the Lions, Michigan, and Michigan State? TJ exceedingly negative about Michigan, but he's a Michigan fan, so I respect it. I mean, it's just, I leave it to me to be the one like, hey, this is the game I'm giving you before I write you off. Go ahead, David.
Hey, fellas, it's the Lions because they are the only team with any expectations. MSU and Michigan are maybe going to a third-rate bowl game anyway, Hubie in Farmington Hills.
So Michigan's, so you're putting them in the Pop-Tart Bowl now because of one loss to Texas. Rico, it is something in the water, man. Amazing.
It has to be the Lions. If all lose this weekend, there is more panic with the Lions than Michigan and Michigan State in my mind.
I mean, look, you'd also be staring down the barrel of a team that's kind of had your number. And I know it doesn't always translate year to year, but Seattle has just had your number.
And they may have it again.
Oh, I can't stand your love for Geno Smith. God, it's so annoying.
I know it annoys you.
I hate it. He's such a bum.
Mm-hmm.
I'll learn the most about the Wolverines this weekend. Can Orji make the throws? Can the O-line block like we're used to seeing? I think part of the reason the Lions won't get voted as the team we can learn the most about is people don't want to believe that the Lions might lose and be facing a year with more struggle than anticipated.
Well, too bad. I mean, that's part of the process. You got to be playing your best ball in December, not September. And the coach already told you, like, look, we may not be ramped up fully up to speed before the bye week. Now, yeah, obviously, I will be disappointed if they lose, but it's how you lose that matters most. Show me. I mean, the NFL, you've seen how thin the margins are. You should have blown the doors off Tampa Bay. A couple of mistakes cost you at least 17 points.
For me, it's the Lions. It's all on Jared Goff. He has looked horrible in the first 2 games, and I'm nervous.
Now, there's the one, right? See, here, Rico, you know what we're going to deal with next week. If Goff does not look good this week, and he's off to a slow start this season. Oh,
no.
God.
And
oh my God.
And their quarterback is mobile. Yeah.
It's mobile Goff season. He's already scrambled for 2 first downs this year. He's on pace for 17 of them. Come on.
Yeah, here's your prop bet casino. Kyler Murray, no, Lamar Jackson total yards against the Cowboys are all of Goff for the year.
Rushing?
Yeah.
That's mobile Goff season.
Okay.
All right, let's go. Mobile Goff.
We get to learn the most about Michigan State. Number 1 receiver is out. Let's see how that offense operates. Hashtag, thanks, Rico.
Yeah, hashtag probably not good. That's the most frustrating damn part of right now is you're like, wow, we finally have this guy who's going to be a freshman All-America. He's one of the 2 or 3 best freshman receivers in America outside of that Ryan Williams kid for Bama. He's unlocked fun, and it's like, all right, we're going to BC. It's going to be a tough assignment. At least we can demand they keep a safety over the top if we have Nick Marsh out there. Cutscene. Rico bleeps in the punch bowl.
Once again, how was this my fault? Okay. I guess I was just born.
You hurt Nick Marsh. Yeah. That's what happened. You Jeff Galooly'd him.
RWB, Radio Wild Black. Let's go.
Oh, my gosh. So David thinks we learned the most about Michigan. Well, Orji is an elite quarterback. Also love the Tigers voodoo. Looking forward to more Tigers talk. Andy in Philly.
Yeah, we'll get to that on
Orji's
Monday.
elite.
Yeah, I don't know. Look, man, I can't explain why they waited or why was Davis Warren the guy. Is there an injury we don't know about? Was it just more of like a high floor player, limited ceiling? Guys, I don't have the answer. But you got a guy who's got immense physical ability here. If you tailor this offense around what he does well and he just doesn't turn the ball over, doesn't that make you better? Think about how many turnovers Davis Warren have in the 3 games. Ooh. Fumbles and picks. How many do you have? 6, 7, 10?
I think you may be at
Feels
7.
like 6, yeah.
I mean, take that away, play clean. Look, let's say you go run. Well, great. The better part of 2 minutes are off the clock, and you punt. And you put your defense on the field, and you go, all right, go. Look, USC did it to LSU. LSU's defense is awful. Do I want USC to blow the doors off Michigan? You bet I do. But I'm not letting that impact how I try to look at things rationally. Rigo, don't you think the size of a Big Ten defense could bother USC a little bit?
No.
Okay.
No.
I bother.
No, Mike, because USC has speed. They have they can use, and go east and west.
Right, but when you have to face Grant and Mason Graham inside, that can upend everything you want to do.
Right, but what I'm saying is if it's just a quick pass like Texas did, you're just going to throw a quick out to the bubble screen, out to the receiver, you nullify the 2 tackles they have. That's what I mean. They got the Jimmies and the Joes and enough speed on that team. Yeah.
Your biggest mismatch is probably Lincoln Riley versus Wink Martindale. You want the biggest mismatch? There it is.
Yeah, I heard you this morning talking about Wink. And
Wink sucks.
If your answer to this is just more cowbell.
Yeah, more blitz.
Yeah.
You realize, David, they're blitzing almost 60% of the time and creating no havoc?
I do.
So you know what? Let's make it 75.
Another.
Right.
Do it again.
Right. So that, you know what? Quick slant, bang, touchdown.
Michigan State, a win this weekend, and now maybe a 9-win season.
9?
That's what they say.
First, okay, no. That basically you're including a guaranteed win over either Iowa or Michigan, and then you're not even respecting Indiana or Illinois or anybody else on the schedule. I'm sorry, no.
Yeah, the back 4, Indiana, Rutgers, Illinois, and Purdue.
Plus, the way state players keep dying on a weekly basis, we don't even have anybody left after the Oregon game.
Maybe it's me. Between state players and the Niners, yeah.
It's tough, man. Yeah. You got a blast radius of disaster around you. It's really something.
Tough in the streets.
248-539-9797. We'll get to Who Said It coming up next. America's favorite place to watch football. It is Stadium Swim, located at Circa Resort and Casino. All the biggest games. Best viewing experience built for you, the fans. 6 pools, 3 levels. Perfect view of the big screen. Located at Circa Resort and Casino in downtown Vegas. Right on Fremont Street. It's Stadium Swim. Book your spot today at circalasvegas.com. All right, this is going to be a David revenge tour. He was upset. We actually had some success and some fun last week. It's time for Who Said It. Let's roll. Our coworkers say stuff. We got to figure it out, and I will credit the crew around me. It was as collaborative as an experience as we've had on this stupid game.
I could just see it now. Tigers.
Yeah. David, go ahead.
So, before you all ask,
who's eligible?
Good one, Evan. Anyone that spoke on these airways this week.
Time frame.
Anyone who spoke on these airwaves
this week.
This week.
Oh, come on. You damn well know we're not listening to where's Numbnuts?
All right, number one. I don't have any long-term concerns with this team. I'm really, really disappointed they lost. I'm not even mad. I'm just extremely disappointed in how they played. From Campbell, Ben Johnson, Jared Goff.
Who wants to kick this off?
I think it's the co-host of the midday show. I'm going to guess Kang.
Really? Why?
Because I think he wants to believe long-term, and I think him not being mad but disappointed is something that he would say.
I'm going to go with the
like he's my mom
of the morning show. You've disappointed me, but I still believe in you. I'm not mad at you. I'm just disappointed at you, James Costa.
Evan.
I agree with Rico because he already has his Super Bowl ring being delivered to his house. He has the jersey with the cool patches.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to say it's Jim Costa.
The way he was talking about the Lions this morning, you'd think they were playing the Panthers.
No, you would think that the Cardinals shouldn't even show up because there's no point because of what they did last year.
But it was like your parent. I'm not angry at you for losing. I'm just very disappointed.
Yeah, but it's all is good. All is good.
We're going to go cookies. Kenny is going Kang. David, who said it? Wow. Oh, timeout.
All right, that's enough for me. I'm out of here.
Did you break the jank rule?
Yeah.
No, I didn't. I swear I didn't.
Integrity matters.
100%.
He went straight Shohei on that one.
That was a 427-foot blast. Exit velo, 118.
Would that be like sign stealing if I did that?
Yeah. Advanced scouting. All right, let's see. Is someone going to tell me what's going on out here?
I'm pretty sure that was King, Kenny. I'm pretty sure that was King.
Who said it? Who said it?
Y'all done?
Yeah.
All right.
This was easier last year. All right, go ahead.
The offensive line hasn't performed as I expected. They're still a good offensive line. I'm not going to sit here and throw them under the bus, but I need to see more from the interior three.
I will lead off and tell you I have said something very similar. I'm not ready to say I said it, but I have called out the interior three. Just trying to get us off on the right foot.
And it's those two words, interior three. You're the only guy that I've heard mention the interior three.
You think it's me?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Would it be one of the two offensive linemen who work on
That's
this
exactly
station?
what I was thinking.
Especially one who was an interior lineman. TJ on Monday.
Can you just say the first few words again?
The offensive line.
Thanks,
How about
Dave.
a few more,
maybe?
I'm sorry.
The offensive line hasn't performed as I expected.
As I expected.
That sounds like John to me.
No, because even he was talking this morning that everything is fine. Everything's fine. It was just like a free game that
But
they
that
gave
could
out.
be an overreaction Monday.
See, David said anybody on the airwaves. I'm going to take a chance on TJ because TJ is probably one of the 5 people in the world who actually watch the middle three of the line.
I'll cover the other side then because we got to do the whole O-line thing. So I'll say John.
I'm pretty sure Milliken's coached football before. It might have been him.
Oh, you're right.
In the Tecumseh area.
Right.
I'm still going with Mike Valeni, though.
Rico's got me thinking here with this TJ thing.
Look at you making the man think on a Friday.
The whole throw him under a bus thing, did I say that? I don't know if I said that.
I don't recall you saying it.
And I could
All right.
see you chucking people under a bus.
Exactly. It's what we do.
There's a bus.
And if you
Here
think
you are.
I mean, we really
Bus,
talk
meet limbs.
We talked Tigers most of the week, so it was only just that one day, and I don't recall.
All right, well, I'll go TJ with it. And if you're wrong, I'll blame you just like for Nick Marsh's injury.
That's right.
All right.
I'll hit you with a car again.
David, who said it?
Okay. I knew it was one of the two.
This is unprecedented 2-for-2 start by me.
Congratulations, Kenny.
Wow.
Unbelievable.
You know what? Now that I think about it, I should have said Jansen because he hates interior linemen.
He
does.
That's a good
He
point, too.
hates them. So
Any opportunity to throw them under a bus? Yeah, no, you're right.
Yep.
Yeah.
Number 3.
55 pass attempts. I mean, that doesn't seem like the Lions' recipe to win.
Scott the Gator Anderson.
It's so vague.
It's not vague. He's saying throwing the ball 55 times is too much.
No, I mean vague as in anybody could have said that.
I know I'd criticize
100%.
the amount of pass attempts. You know, this is where David is really mean.
Yeah.
You were upset that
He
we
ain't
beat
even
you in
looking
your
at
own
us.
game. Yeah, there you go.
He's not even looking at us.
Please.
Anybody could have said it.
I mean, give me a break. Go ahead, Evan.
I'm saying Gator. It just sounds Gator.
One more time, please, David.
Football.
Lions, Dan Campbell.
55 pass attempts. I mean, that doesn't seem like the Lions' recipe to win.
It's the I mean that gives me Gator vibes.
Why does he say it a lot?
I think so.
Rico.
I do as well, but I don't really talk. So.
Jeez, this could be anybody.
This is not fair by David.
It is not. I'm gonna go with. I'll go with Doug. I'll go with the co-host.
Doug.
Recipe to win? I was thinking Doug off first blush, too. I'll go Doug.
Well, who's in his headset? I kind of want to go with it now, too.
Yeah, hold on. Are you violating the jank
I
rule?
swear I would exercise the jank rule if I had to.
He would jank himself. He would.
Many times.
Can we just let me hear it one more time?
55 pass attempts. I mean, that doesn't seem like the Lions' recipe to win.
Or does it?
So damn vague.
Say a name. Say a name.
Maybe I know I said things like that a bunch this week.
Guess Mark Ryan. Go
Guess
do
Mark
it.
Ryan.
Yeah.
Oh, your daily dose of positivity and things.
Hello, my friends.
Right to the skull. I'll guess myself and we'll move on. Go ahead, David.
Oh, please be Mark Ryan.
Oh my God, enough with the oversized humans.
He is a big fella, isn't he?
Damn it.
Wow.
Go to number 4.
David's been killing it.
Yeah, because last week, God forbid, we had fun.
Once the core is here, we're going to spin. The core is here. We have Parker Meadows. We have Riley Green. They're here now.
That's the core.
I have to exercise the Jenkins rule.
Okay,
Well,
Rick,
it kind of gives you a clue, doesn't it?
tell me.
Well, he works on another show. Kenny does.
So one more time, David.
Does
Once
he?
the
Because
call-
all I see is him avoiding answering the phone.
Once the core is here, we're going to spin. The core is here. We have Parker Meadows. We have Riley Green. They're here now.
Gator.
I'm gonna go Gator. Yeah, Gator.
Doesn't it feel like that?
I'll go with it. But is the core really only two guys?
I'll do my best not to be offended by this because I'm 90% sure I said this.
What?
Yeah. We were talking because I'm the only doubter of
the core's here.
The
It's these two
Tigers.
guys.
Well, I'm the only doubter of Harris not spending because our core is here right now. I think I said that.
Oh, I hope it's
I think on a certain level, we've all said something similar. Damn it. I thought him going the jank rule meant it was going to be midday.
You wanted me to use the jank rule. I used the jank rule. Jeez.
David, who said it?
What I say? I was gonna say, don't anybody say anything mean because I think it's me.
To be fair,
Let's go ahead and check this bank account when this in the break.
Here's the thing. To be fair, Kenny, I think you improperly used the jank rule.
Why is
If
that?
you think it's you,
I knew it
no,
was me.
It's no problem
you
with
did.
saying
You had not heard that.
it's me. It's
I knew the answer 100%. That's what the jank rule is for.
Well, you said 100% on every answer.
You can say, guys, I said that.
Kind of feels like somebody stole somebody's notebook and got all the answers
But I didn't
before the
feel
test.
like I think I said it. I knew 100% I said, all right, fine. You know what?
No, you're fine.
I'll break
Relax.
the rule. I'll break the rule next time.
Everybody just calm down.
Wow.
Oh, wow. Okay. I see
Spy
what you're saying.
glasses. It's like when Victor Martinez accused Chris Sale of having somebody in the outfield.
David, next.
All right, final one. They're getting it done, and they don't have extraordinary track records in the minors. That, to me, is what's mind-boggling.
All right. So I don't know that I know the answer, but I think I know the answer. Am I allowed to guess, or what would you like to do? I think that's Gator. Nobody watches minor league baseball and cares more about the minors than Gator.
I'll refrain from saying what I was going to say.
Go ahead.
I'm going to think that's Wojo.
You know
Boggling.
what? I haven't gotten anyone. I'm just going to throw a Hail Mary.
Throw it.
Mark Ryan.
I've loved this team for years. You've been here for 6 minutes.
I've loved him since Ernie was here.
Do another fist
That's
pump.
actually a good impression. That's actually a very good impression.
Are you okay?
I'm just thinking of him helped design the Old English D.
He's the founder of the 1901 Society. Guy's been here for 7 minutes.
Did you see him fist pumping, though, after the Guardians win? Come on. He was excited.
Yes!
Marv Albert.
Right. You.
Yes! And it counts. Patrick Ewing.
Jose Ramirez.
All right, I
Yes.
quit. You know what? We're done. Just tell me who said it and move on. Damn it.
All right. Kenny totally cheated.
Got one.
Kenny got them all.
I got one. We're off the schneid. I'll leave Kenny alone. He had a great round.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, Michigan had a great season.
Oh, boy. And that is who said it. Football is here. Elevate that tailgating game at Moran Buick GMC, where you lease the new 24 GMC Sierra 1500 Elevation Edition. $239 a month, $999 down for GM employees and immediate family members. Or lease the 24 Buick Envista, $249 a month, $1999 down. No employee discount required. New stock arriving daily. They'll have what you're looking for. They've even got Yukon Denali's back in stock. Go to Moran Buick GMC, MoranExpress.com. You get the certified service, and they give you that free loaner vehicle. It's Moran Buick GMC, where you always get that best price, period. On Telegraph, just north of Eureka and Taylor, or visit them online anytime at MoranExpress.com. It's Moran Buick GMC. We are professional grade.
Brought to you by National Benefit Plans. According to Chris McCoskey, Colt Keith is expected to DH tonight. It's a hope that he is back at second base on Sunday as well. Keith missed the Tigers' last game with a shoulder injury. Hear the Orioles and Tigers right here on 97.1 The Ticket, pregame at 6:40. The final Lions injury report was released before their game with the Cardinals. Iffy Melifonwu and Ennis Rakestraw are out. Alex Anzalone, Terrion Arnold, Graham Glasgow, and Isaiah Williams are all questionable. After their struggles last week, the squad was excited for Red Zone Day today. Michigan State product Kenneth Walker is doubtful for the Seahawks game with Miami this week. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Idle. More at 5 or at 971theticket.com.
All right, cruising towards 5 o'clock. You missed anything, Odyssey.com. Rewind. We were asking the question. We got 3 games this weekend for our 3 local teams. Clearly, we're going to learn a lot about each. Michigan and USC, Michigan State, BC, and the Lions at the Cardinals, who, by the way, despite Jim Costa's best attempts, are not 31.5-point favorites at Tulsa. They're 3-point favorites at an NFC West football team.
You mean it doesn't work like it does in college?
No, they're not favored by 49.5 like Penn State over Kent. So here's the deal. Who are we going to learn the most about? Phone lines are open for the first time in a while, 248-539-9797. But first, the injury report. David.
Yes, we do have the injury report. Iffy out again. That's no surprise there. But Dan Campbell did say they're not going to put him on the IR, so I guess we'll see what happens with him next week. Enos Rakestraw out with a hamstring this week. This one, I guess, can be encouraging. We may see as the game time comes, but Alex Anzalone, questionable. So with a concussion, I guess we'll see how things go tomorrow.
Okay.
Terrion Arnold, questionable. But he's been sick this week, so
right. But he's
not
trending in the right direction,
Correct.
Is what I read.
Correct.
Look, this is not a week you need to be banged up in the secondary. And I understand most people don't know who the hell Michael Wilson is. He's good. They don't know who Greg Dortch is.
Right.
He's good. Trey McBride is one of the 5 best tight ends in football on a receiving level. And obviously, I haven't said the name, but Marvin Harrison has ability. He's polished and ready. And that's before you get to James Conner in the run game, but also the receiving game. Multiple targets each week. So
very underrated running back.
And old.
Yeah, he just hangs around.
He's 29, and he does look good. But no, I get a little concerned with being banged up in the secondary, plus you're young. You know, you better hope Arnold goes. If Arnold doesn't go and Rakestraw's out, yes, Amik will play the slot. Carlton Davis will do a respectable job on one side, but it's going to leave a couple of wide open spots there. And if Anzalone can't play, you're going to thrust a guy in Jack Campbell. Look, Campbell can't beat Anzalone or Derek Barnes out for snaps. And now, look, this week, who's covering Trey McBride? Now, I would assume Brian Branch will play a big role in that. But, look, Arizona's a challenge, despite what Cookies said this. I mean, Cookies has got the Lions winning like Lions 100, mini Cardinals 2.
Yeah. I mean, he's very confident. But remember, he was the cocky one last week, and it was like,
I was guilty last week. The crazy part is the box score played out like exactly like what I thought. It just didn't translate to, actual points.
Yeah.
Now, don't let Goff play bad this week, please. If Goff plays bad, you know what's going to happen.
Yep.
Okay.
Yep. It'll be
And we said this earlier in the week, if you guys didn't join us, which is totally understandable, but 2 of Goff's 6 worst starts as your Lions quarterback in the last 3 years, weeks 1 and 2 this year.
It's not going to be good. A lot of Hendon Hooker talk.
No. Silence. David.
No.
Wow.
Please.
But especially if Murray's mobile, why don't we have a guy? Oh, we do. He's on our bench.
Goff is mobile. 2 first down scrambles in 2 games. Mobile season. He did a lot of speed work in the offseason with Apollo Creed.
There is no tomorrow.
He was running the beaches of Malibu. Go ahead, David.
So someone wants to answer your question, Mike. Earlier you asked about the turnovers for Davis Warren. Well, as a team, someone says Michigan had 8 turnovers last year for 15 games. So far, they have 7 this year. So maybe they played Warren because he looks like JJ, but it's bad, Mike, in Walt Lake.
And my point is, if you take the turnovers off the table and a punt is a win, you're better. That's the whole thing. Like, I understand it. Look, if Orji can't throw a forward pass at all, even if it's schemed up perfectly for him, you're dead. But if you do what I'm telling you to do, I think you're absolutely capable of winning this football game.
Yeah, I heard you this morning saying something, and I was like, that's actually how the military academies do it. Reduce the game down to 7 or 8 possessions.
Yep.
And then you're in this thing.
Yep.
But that's going to require that offensive line and that run game to really get out there and just start running downhill.
Yeah, and you're right, Rico. I don't run from this at all. To execute it, you require the discipline of a service academy.
Yeah.
All 3 phases have to work together. Everyone's got to do their part. And again, If we believe still Michigan's defense is the strength of this team, then let them be the strength. They don't have to be a top 5 unit to execute this concept. Yeah. They're not a top 5. They're probably a top 30 defense, top 25 defense. But punt the football. Stop with the turnovers.
Yeah.
And USC, look, here's what I'd be afraid of. And this is where you're going to be right. I don't have an argument when it's Lincoln Riley versus Wink Martindale. Lincoln will do what it takes to win. Wink, blitz again. More. They're blitzing almost 60% of the time and not getting home.
Yeah, because I didn't see any adjustments in the Texas game. And I know Texas is the number 1 team in the country, but there were no adjustments. Texas just simply said, okay, we're bored. We're going to win this game. We don't want to get anybody injured. You didn't stop them. They just called off the dogs.
Can we stop with Michigan has an elite defense? Texas dropped a bomb on them, and USC is about to completely expose the entire Michigan team.
Okay, I have not used the word elite defense. I don't know why you're yelling at me. I said top 30. Like hey, you know who said elite? Let's see. I got a collection of those people. Or but it ain't none of us. I told you from Jump Street I didn't think they were going to be nearly as good as last year, minus the fact you don't know the other team's plays. We also said the O-line's going to take a big step back. I still thought it would get you to 9 wins. Now, you lose this game, maybe it's 8. The point is, it's the way you're playing. To Rico's credit, he's been ahead of this. David's been ahead of it. I'm not being stubborn. I'm giving a team a second chance, not a third or a fifth or a 10th, like there's a logo on my paycheck. I'm giving them a second chance because they may have played the best team in America.
Right.
But I'm unfair. Right, cultists?
Well, no, what hurts me is when I hear Sharon Moore say, hey, guys, Orji can throw the ball. I was like, no. If you're going to play him, use his best attribute. It's his legs. Run some speed option. Run all types of things, but you're running the ball. Mike, like you said, very similar to what you see with Central Florida. But he's making it sound like, nah, you guys just wait. He could throw, which leads me to say, well, if he could throw the ball so well, why wasn't he starting from game 1? I'm all confused.
I don't have the answer. Look, here's the other thing, though, right? We lived. Okay.
Oh, these are sick helmets, too. Yeah.
Oh, Ole Miss?
Stanford.
Yeah, that was beautiful.
Oh,
Well,
the
Stanford's
Stanford,
are
yeah.
nice tonight. Yeah. I'm only saying it because, look, Mark D'Antoni's the best coach MSU will ever have, right? Mark mismanaged every quarterback competition he ever had.
He really did.
Ever. Go through the list. He did.
Guys won the job in spite of Mark.
Right, like by default, after 17 other people got a chance. Connor Cook. It took Keith Nickel blowing his elbow out for Cousins to get a shot.
Yeah, they split time for an entire season.
Oh, never forget the Halloween game at Minnesota. The point is, he never got a quarterback competition right. So it happened. Bleep happens. All right, we'll reset the deck top of the hour. Who are we going to learn the most about this weekend? Rico's going to give you the full state injury report as well. Oh, wait, everyone's hurt. 97.1.
Brought to you by 24 Seconds Bar and Grill. The Tigers lineup is in for Game 1 against the Orioles. Coverage starts right here on 97.1 The Ticket at 6:40. Parker Meadows will lead it off and play center field. Kerry Carpenter bats second and right. Matt Vierling will hit third at third. Riley Green begins the middle of the order in left field. Colt Keith is right back in there after missing just one game with the shoulder. He's DHing today. Chris McCoskey said we could see him in the field as soon as Sunday. Spencer Torkelson will hit sixth and play first. Zach McKinstry at second for the second straight game, hitting seventh. Trey Sweeney, the youngster, in at shortstop, hitting eighth. And Jake Rogers will round it out catching. He will catch the pitches of Tyler Holton today. An opener day once again for the Tigers. It'll be Holton's eighth start of the year, where he holds a .64 ERA in 14 innings. He's walked just 2 batters in that stretch and struck out 10. Derek Lalone was asked what role defenseman Simon Edvinsson would play on this year's team. Edvinsson played 16 games with the NHL team last year, scoring a goal and an assist. USL soccer team Detroit City FC announced today that they'll break ground on their new stadium this spring, according to Cranes. The team has spent over $15 million acquiring land for the field. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
All right, 5 o'clock hour, Football Friday. The question is simple. What are we going to learn about the 3 teams, the Lions, Michigan, Michigan State, after this weekend? Who needs these games the most? 248-539-9797. We got open lines for the first time in a long time. Look, Lions going out to the desert, and I think this is going to be if you're Detroit, you got to get this offense clicking because, guys, here's the thing. What you did last year doesn't count anymore. What you did, how far you went, doesn't count anymore. Matter of fact, I'm tired of hearing about it. Well, we were 30 minutes away from the Super Bowl. That was last season. Nobody cares because right now, this offense has to show me you got to be able to score. Yeah, you can get good. What you did last week was empty calorie yardage. You got some, you couldn't score. You haven't been able to score in these 2 games, and Arizona can put up some points. You're going to have to do that. To me, and you don't want to fall behind. You don't want to go 1-2 facing the Seattle team that has beaten you the last 2 years here in the vaunted Ford Field.
See, here's the thing, Rico. You said they have to score, which is true. They do. They have looked bad on that end this season. They need to look consistent. That's the thing. It looks like Jared Goff, to me, is pressing a little bit. And the offense isn't rolling the way it should roll, where he's just looking at his reads and boom, 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 run the ball, do this. It seems like he's pressing, and that has tightened the offense a little bit, where now they're at, instead of 3rd and 2, 3rd and 3, they're at 3rd and 8 because they've done nothing to start the drive.
Yeah, I mean, and then for everything that I've heard about this offensive line, you're not really take away the overtime. You're not really establishing the run the way I thought this team would.
Well, Ben Johnson even said it. Red zone, there was only 2 positive runs the whole damn day. 2nd and 8's not a positive run. I'd also say to Ben Johnson, wherever you found that speed option with Jared Goff, we can go put that away.
Mobile Goff.
Yeah, we don't need there's mobile Goff, not speed Goff. Those are 2 different things. But I think we're going to learn a lot. And look, it's not being an alarmist. You don't want to fall to 1-2 with a playoff caliber team and the Dallas Cowboys in the near horizon. You just no. I want to see them play crisper. But I think what Dan Campbell said is interesting. We may not be firing on all cylinders by the bye week.
Yeah.
And my concern is you may need to win a shootout, which means, to your point and David's point, Running game better get this going. You want to slow this thing down a little bit. You do not want this to become Jared Goff throwing the ball 40 times again. And for the people who go, well, then why did we pay him? My answer to you is there's not a single quarterback in football that I want throwing the ball 40 times. Not C.J. Stroud, not Joe Burrow, not Pat Mahomes, not Lamar Jackson, not Josh Allen. There is no scenario in 2024 where you want your quarterback throwing the ball 40 times, much less the 56 times he threw last week. None. Jared Goff, you want mid to high 20s. You want some good play action. You want shot plays. There's a formula here.
Yeah, I was about to say, probably Baker Mayfield may be the only quarterback that I would say, okay, he could throw it 40 times because their offense is more pass-oriented than run. But I understand. All your elite quarterbacks, no. You have this line, and it's almost like you're squandering in these first two games. This is a pivotal game because, as you said, now you're looking at Seattle, bye week, at Dallas, and then a game that everybody marked down as a W when you played the schedule game at Minnesota. So we're a long way away from that, but this weekend, crucial.
Bounce back. If you want home field advantage, you don't win back-to-back games. You don't lose back-to-back games. Collegiately, who do you think you're going to learn more about? Michigan State? It's all there for you. I think for Michigan State, it's just interesting. Do I think they're going to win? No, I don't. That's before Rico ruined Christmas with the Nick Marsh news. The point is, if they are to win, you're talking about a team that some people thought would only win 4 games. You'd have a real opportunity to win 7 or 8. For Michigan, it's the last hurrah for me. Like, I've tried to be positive. I've tried to be patient. And I think there's a pathway to them actually winning this game. Now, I'm not touching it with a 10-foot pole. But if Alex Orji's out there throwing it 27 times, no, Rico's going to be right. He has 7 career pass attempts, and they've been hideous. So I'm kind of, I guess I'm projecting my belief upon it where it's like, no, they're going to tighten this thing up, extra offensive linemen, a lot of RPO, keep USC off the field, and punts are wins.
Yeah.
And for USC, yeah, you know what? Lincoln Riley against Wink, that scares me. But it's really hard to execute, pushing the ball vertical and giving Miller Moss the time he needs if Mason Graham and Kenneth Grant are going to show up and play big.
Yeah.
I don't know, man. Look, maybe you're right. Maybe they win by 30. I just don't see it. I mean, I'd love it. Believe me, I want you to be right.
I just see that, Lincoln Riley is going to take a page out of what Sarkisian did and just, you know what, we're going to hit the edges and we're going to turn that into a run play. Just a quick bubble screen, quick pass out to the running back, and we'll run away from the 2 guys in the middle. And when they come out of the game, that's when you'll run up the middle.
Mobile Goff. David, go ahead. Why?
Well, here's one thing that has not been mentioned all week regarding the Michigan USC game. And you just talked about Lincoln Riley versus, wow, I went way back. Lincoln Riley versus Wink Martindale.
Yeah.
Is USC's coming off a bye week. So that only helps USC in that mind of Lincoln Riley there to go and counter whatever Wink is going to do with this blitz.
Oh, the problem for Wink is it's just no adjustments and it's not variable. Look, I told you as a Giants fan, it wasn't me as a Sparty. You don't want this guy. I don't know why this is what you did. I don't get it. So, I don't know. Look, guys, I want you both to be right. Okay, I hope they get steamrolled. But I try to shoot people straight. I think there's a way they can do this. So we'll get to some phone calls momentarily. Take a text first. Go ahead, David.
I think this game is most important to state. This game sets the barometer for them. Could be good, really good. And we'll know this weekend who they are.
I think the problem is what's on the horizon. If you don't get this game, negative Rico takes over, and then they could lose and continue. You have Ohio State. That's an auto loss. You're going exactly, TJ. So it's just the idea of auto loss against Ohio State, and then a Friday night at Outson Stadium, auto loss, then a bye week. Now you can reset the deck off that bye week. Right. You get Michigan and Iowa. I'm not putting those games totally out of reach. I'm not ready to tell you they're going to get one. But if you win this game here, it allows you to have that belief on the back end. Like, you know what? They've actually got something. I think if Michigan State is going to do anything this week, this has got to be the Jack Velling coming out party. This has got to be a tight end game. You've got to be able, you have an NFL caliber tight end in Jack Velling. He's been nowhere in this offense in a meaningful way.
This has to be the verticality. This has to be patrolling the middle of the field. And if Nick Marsh isn't there, there should be 6 to 8 more targets available.
No, you're right. Play action pass. Those two haven't been in sync. I know they came from Oregon State, but it was almost like they just met when they got to East Lansing because he overthrows him, he underthrows him. There's just no connection with those two. Yeah, and you're right. If you're Michigan State, you got to cut down on the penalties and the turnovers. You cannot have 10 or more penalties in Boston. You will lose this game.
248-539-9797. We'll get to the phone calls next, 97.1. When it comes to an IRS collection or audit, you need a law firm that specializes in the resolution of those tax problems. You need Maurice and Jerry. You need Abraham and Rose. Legitimate representation that will advocate for you and get on the offensive with the IRS. It's Abraham and Rose, not some phone service. These are real attorneys. And again, advocates. They get ahead of this. They'll fight for you, save your time and money. Visit abrahamandrose.com today. Call 248-539-5040, and you will never have to deal with the IRS again.
All right, straight to the people on a Friday. Get to the picks, bottom of the hour. Mike's in Livonia, and he's up next. What's up, Mikey? How you doing, buddy?
Hey, what's up, Mike? Good, buddy. Hey, so I just want to kind of jump in on the Lions a little bit. I don't know if you noticed, but Dan Campbell's been kind of mentioning Tim Patrick a little bit, and I think it has to do with the fact that most teams have been attacking us by taking the middle of the field out of play at the beginning, and then once we make it into the end zone, they're giving you that, and they're asking you, to kind of take the outside now. I think we're missing Josh Reynolds a little bit. We already knew that, Goff is kind of horrendous when it comes to facing pressure. Obviously, if you give him some time, he's going to pick you apart. So the whole idea is he always has Josh Reynolds as a blanket, for emergencies. When he needed to throw the ball, he knew he was going to be there, and he was a big body in the red zone, so that kind of opened up things for Amon-Ra St. Brown and Jameson. So at this point, if they can get Tim Patrick more involved and get some of the plays to kind of soften up the defense a little bit, maybe over the top a little bit, which Josh Reynolds never really did. But, for a big-bodied wide receiver, he was there. He was in his spot. And when it came to the red zone, he was a target, definitely. So, it just needs – I feel like we just need to do some adjustments. The O-line needs to kind of get more reps in play because Zietler is new, so he's kind of trying to pick up the pace that the O-line had last year. And if we can just kind of make that adjustment with Tim Patrick, get him on the same flow, make Goff more comfortable with him as a target – I think we'll get back to where we were at last year, and I'll go from there.
Yeah, but Mike, here's the problem, and TJ joined us earlier, and TJ agrees with your take about missing Josh Reynolds, but here's what TJ didn't have an answer for. I said, then why the hell didn't they just pay the guy if he was that important? Why are we messing around with, Tim Patrick's been dead for 2 years, blown out knee, blown out Achilles.
If you wanted to go a different route, bring DJ Shark back because, Goff seems to be
right. And look, I totally understand. Oh, well, look, we had to give out a lot of contracts, spend a lot of money. I mean, they have the money. I didn't go screaming and yelling about Reynolds not being here. I'm making a point that if you believe it is this important and Goff needed him that bad, well, when you're making a $200 million investment in your quarterback, I suggest you make a 7 in the guy he wants.
Right there.
I'm just asking.
No, if that's your safety blanket, just bring him back, pay the cost.
Let's go to Sean, 97.1. Sean, what's going on, bud?
Hey, guys. Great show. Love it. Hey, one of the things I heard on the Dan Campbell interview with the morning show earlier in the week, and I haven't heard anybody talk about it, did he allude to that Laporta is hurt?
Yes. He had an injury out of training camp, and he's worked his way back, but he's just not quite full tip.
Right, and Dan said that their entire offense game plan is 40% reliant on him, he's not there for them.
What he said, I think he wasn't being literal as he goes, look, if we put a heavy install in and we believe Laporta's going to have a big week and he gets hurt, well, there goes 40% of the game plan. I don't think he was being literal. He was just explaining, look, if I design something around a guy that might be a bit limited on the snap count, that's not smart coaching. Now, look, we all believe in this room this will be Laporta's week, Sean.
Okay, that's kind of, and he kind of alluded to that there was a shinier day ahead when he was ending the interview too. So maybe he's getting better.
Yeah, and also the way the Lions have run this thing. I mean, it was JMO week 1. It was Amon-Ra week 2. So I guess if we spin the wheel, it should be Laporta this week.
Yep.
I don't know.
Let's hope.
We need him.
I want to see it.
We need him badly. It's a Pro Bowl tight end. He had one of the great, if not the greatest rookie season for a tight end in the history of the sport.
Yeah, and you need him for the red zone because you've had trouble scoring in the red zone, and he was 8 for 10 of his touchdowns last year in the red zone. I see a direct correlation.
Let's go over to Eric, 97.1. Eric, what's going on, buddy?
How's it going, guys?
What's up?
I don't think I'm the biggest Lions slappy there is, but I think they're going to lose this week. I think that they don't. I don't think they'll be able to contain Kyler Murray, and with our man-on defense, Hutchinson needs some help this week. Kyler Murray's going to make plays with his feet, and I don't think we got the defense to be able to cover it. I don't know. I'm just real nervous. I didn't look at any of the line or anything like that, but I would take anything over as far as rushing yards go for Kyler Murray this week.
Go ahead, Rico.
No, I mean, that's been the Lions' Achilles heel for years, Eric. I'm with you. Just breaking containment when the play breaks down. You know, the defense calls up the perfect play, and then he scrambles out and picks up the first down, picks up 10, 15 yards. Yeah.
Can I ask a question?
I want
to ask a question to both of you. We act like this is a Lions exclusive about the mobile quarterback. Who's good against mobile QBs in today's game?
Nobody is.
Right. But it just seems like.
So, I'm just having flashbacks to the Ravens game last year. You know, we were all high on our high horse, and this team hasn't lost back-to-back games since I think like December of 22. And I just think it's like a real bad matchup as far as what we want to do offensively. Now, if we get it going offensively and run the ball and, you know, can stretch the field, do whatever, I mean, I feel pretty good about that. I just feel like with our rookie corner who seems to give up a 50-yard penalty every week, you know, I just kind of feel like we're kind of in like a really – that's why the Bucs game is like – and we can't be dropping these no-name games when we're trying to fight for, you know, seeding and position in the playoffs. And I just don't see
we got to respect the Bucs a little more than that. Now, look, I thought you'd beat them last week. The Bucs are a playoff-ish team. You didn't lose to the Panthers. You didn't lose to the Giants.
Right.
Take it easy. And as far as Arnold, I'm not knocking him for that penalty last week. That was a BS call. I'm sorry. I don't care. If you're going to throw a flag, I've always believed this. PI is not PI. If you're going to throw a flag 47 yards down the field, can it at least be something we all look at and go, it's pass interference? Arnold, I don't think he did anything wrong there. I didn't like the call.
No, I think it was more of a rookie call. You're not going to get that. Like, in a few years, we'll give you that.
What does that even mean?
It just means that Mike, because he's a rookie, he may have done something. You hit the receiver. You don't know the techniques of how to grab and clutch and hold.
You know what?
They didn't give him the benefit of the doubt. That's what it is.
No, and here's my point. Robot refs.
Agreed.
I've had enough.
Agreed.
I don't want to hear about rookie. I don't want to hear about benefit of doubt. Call the effing game.
No,
if you're going to give a team 50 yards on a penalty, make it worth it.
No, you're right. It goes back years ago when Cam Newton was young and they said, you can't get that call yet. It shouldn't be about that.
I hate
Call
that.
the game.
Absolutely hate that. It's the same damn thing in Kansas City. Was it pass interference? Probably. Am I deciding a 4th and 16 on a bailout like that? No way. No. Oh, but I forgot. Taylor's here, and it's Pat Mahomes.
No, but you get that. It's like, if you're going to call that call, then every Hail Mary is a pass interference because it's basically a mosh pit in the end zone.
Let's go to Wayne, 97.1. What's up, Wayne?
Hey, guys, Michigan question for a Michigan boy there. Lloyd Carr started Chan Heading as a 5-star right away.
Yes.
And we got a 5-star on a bench. Like when McCarthy was there, when McNamara was playing, they put McCarthy in once in a while. They're not even putting this kid in for reps. I don't get it. He's a 5-star, like Loyola in Nebraska. Look at him now. He's getting playing experience.
All right, hold on.
So what's up?
Hold on. Well, let me say this, and then I'll leave it to Rico. Not all 5-stars are created equal. And I would need, look, Chad Henne was a very polished, college-ready, on a very good team, by the way, for him to walk in and play. Now, look, Cade Klubnik was a 5-star, all-everything, top 10 recruit at Clemson. He stunk.
Yeah.
I hesitate to try to homogenize all 5-star players. Now, did Jaden Davis end up a 5-star?
I don't think he did.
I thought he fell apart as a senior.
And Henne had like NFL players out there around him. Yeah, this is one where they took a look at the freshman quarterback, Wayne, and he was in the rotation, but then they realized this is not a good year. He probably needs to sit a year, get bigger, stronger, and then you bring him out there next year. Now, Wayne, I'll say this. If things go south, then this is where I have a conversation with him and his parents and say, it's probably best we play you in the final 6 games and get you ready for next season.
Oh, okay. Well, now he's already a sophomore, isn't he?
No, he's a freshman. You just brought him in.
Oh, he is a freshman. I thought he was a sophomore. Okay.
Hey, you're fine.
Just one more question, guys.
Yeah.
This Brady Hart, is he a 5-star that's going to be coming in next year?
Oh, I have no clue. Don't look at me. Rico.
Okay.
No. I'm not busting your chops, Wayne, but I can't even think about kids that are, a year and a half from hitting the football field. And Jaden Davis, look, I just pulled up 24/7 and what used to be Rivals. It's now On3. Not a 5-star on either side. Not a top 100 player on either side. I would say chill out, especially too. Kids listed at 6 foot, 180. Is that a college-ready physical? What weapons you got on this team not named Colston Loveland?
Yeah.
Is the O-line great? You know, look, I think if you go to him, the season's already over. I'm with Rico in this regard. You go to him after you know you're not making the playoff, after you know you're not winning the Big Ten.
Yep.
And you develop him, and you give him 4 or 5 games, maybe 4. That way the red shirt could still be used.
Yeah.
But I can't justify that right here.
And that's just it. This is a tough conversation. If things go south, let's just prepare for next season. It's difficult. Nobody wants to think that way, but you hit the ground running so that next year you're ready from game one because you're going to be playing a tough schedule once again.
248-539-9797. We'll get to the picks next. 97.1. Hi, I'm Rico Beard.
No, you're Mike Valeni. I'm Rico Beard. Hey, let's talk about the Chevy dealer in the area that's been leading the way. It's Hamilton Chevrolet in Warren. Andrew and his sales staff want to be your Chevy dealer. They guarantee you the lowest payment on your next Chevy, period. All September long, Hamilton Chevrolet is participating in the Step Up for Kids. It's a shoe donation drive to support underprivileged kids right here in our local communities. Stop in, drop off new shoes for kids ages 4 through 18. And hey, while you're there, you can check out the newest Rico deal. A new 2024 Chevy Equinox EV. This all-electric SUV has great incentives to drive off with a payment as low as $289 a month. Did not stutter. $289 a month for 24 months. You walk in with $995 down. You drive away with 10,000 miles a year. Yes, an Equinox EV for under $300. The Equinox EV has the power to go the distance, and Hamilton has them in stock, ready for immediate delivery. You know the best deals are found at 14 Mile and Mound. Just stop in and see my guys at Hamilton Chevrolet for details. Make Hamilton Chevrolet your Chevy dealer. Visit HamiltonChevy.com. Together, let's drive.
Brought to you by Precision Garage Door Services of Southeast Michigan. Dan Campbell was forced to move from his home after harassment from fans following losses. That isn't tarnishing his view of the fan base as a whole, however. Iffy Melifonwu and Ennis Rakestraw are out for this week's game with the Cardinals. Michigan State star goalie and Red Wings prospect Trey Augustine was named a unanimous preseason All-Big Ten honoree today. The Tigers are looking to pack Comerica Park as they chase the playoffs. They announced that tickets are fee-free going forward in the regular season. Tony Paul says Detroit has already surpassed their attendance from last season, and their 13% growth is fourth best in the MLB. Tyler Holton opens the game tonight against the Orioles. Colt Keith also returning for this one after a one-game absence with a shoulder. Hear the game right here on 97.1 The Ticket. First pitch at 7:05. At the Corwell House Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. More at 6 or at 97.1theticket.com.
Old Nation Brewing Company, you've heard of them. Best brewer in the state. One of the last truly independent ones. M43 is what put them on the map. The hazy IPA, perfect for all seasons, and certainly football season. They've also got the variants of it, including the orange creamsicle. Anything they do it well. And bottom line, they rock out, man. Support local, support independent. Great guys, Travis and company out there. Pick up a 4-pack on your way home. Settle in for a big weekend of football, no matter who you're rooting for. It's Old Nation Brewing Company, 21 and older. Old Nation Brewing Company reminds you to please drink responsibly. All right, I tell you one thing, just a friendly reminder. If you're going to play 18 holes of golf, go home and shower. Rieger really could have used that lesson. But luckily, he's by himself tonight.
I was about to say, this is going to be the studio.
He is ripe.
You know what? Doug has some candles over there.
Yeah, you're not working on anybody tonight, are you? You're solo?
Hey, you know it's a chair over there.
Dude, David, he's got a 3-foot blast radius of stink around him like you wouldn't believe.
Oh, come on.
Bro, you can't play 18 holes of golf and not go home and shower. I mean, you're a clean person. I've never accused you of being stinky, unlike other people who work at this place. But you
Come on, man. You know better than this. That's terrible. On a football Friday, no less.
Keep an extra washcloth in your car, something,
Good
some
God,
baby
dude.
wipes, anything.
Really, we got to air this dirty laundry?
Oh,
Come
whatever.
On. Come on.
Look, you're working by yourself. I'm just telling you. There's a reason nobody was sitting out there.
It's a 40-minute show. I played 18 holes of golf. It's kind of hot outside.
And you smell. You smell like you're homeless.
Listen.
Why don't you bring your shopping cart in here with all your empty cans?
I was told to leave it outside. Here's the problem. I'm sitting next to Mike. We're having a great conversation. Rico's involved. Kenny's involved. It was a community.
And then the stink started.
It was a community. Then I see Mike. Do the universal sign.
You had
very
me
low
questioning,
key.
like, wait a minute. There's
he
no
very
way
low key
I smell.
sniffs himself, right? So
And then you're like,
I'm like, uh-oh.
You're like, it could be me.
You
I'm
know
like,
what?
no, confirmed it is
No.
you.
I think it's my shoes, though.
You know
I think
what?
It's the shoes. I don't think it's
I was
me.
going to joke with you that I can smell through the glass, but I can smell you through the vent. I can right now. I'm not even joking.
You can hear me through the glass. You can
You know
smell
what?
me through the vent. It's
Here's-
not a great football Friday for me.
Thank God for a sinus infection. I can't smell them.
Yeah. You're very lucky.
Yeah. I mean, I never thought I would say that.
You know what's crazy? People come up to me. They're like, "What kind of guys are Mike and Rico?" And I'm like, "Great guys, great guys. I am your number one advocate, and this is how you do me on a Friday."
Buddy, it's just reality. Now, what are you coming up next?
We're 40 minutes away from Tiger baseball, so
You don't have a right to talk about it, though, do you?
No. Oh, you heard that yesterday? Yeah. Yeah. I was told yesterday that because I did not believe, I quit on the team like everybody else did.
Nobody believed, including the organization.
Apparently, I'm not allowed to enjoy this one.
Oh, God.
So,
People
for everybody else.
God, people attempting a victory lap at something that's only happened once in baseball history. That is such a level of delusion and stupidity, I can't even begin to. I won't discuss.
Well, there's another one. There's another person that works here that's looking for the victory lap. I can tell you if you want it.
I don't care.
Yeah. It's
Let's
move
move on.
He put it on Twitter.
I don't care.
Okay, fine.
I don't care.
We're gonna talk a little Tiger baseball. Maybe get into the
Instead
Lions.
of just
We'll
being
save
able
you
to
the
have
vocal.
fun, it's like this gatekeeping routine. It's amazing.
Everybody's got to be right.
Hey, guys.
right? Everybody's got to be right.
It's football Friday. We've had a great week.
Yeah, but the Tigers are playing tonight.
I know, but let's just.
Big game, Rico. Big game.
Let's just go forward.
Yeah. No, listen. I wrecked
we're better
football
than
Friday.
this.
My feet stink. I wrecked it.
So what's
Sorry.
coming up on the show besides the fact you have no personal hygiene?
Well, I don't know how you deliver that. We're gonna talk a little baseball. I heard somebody. I think you guys asked the question. I think
You
Doug and
smell
Scott
like you
asked.
just played a doubleheader. I'm sorry. Was there a day game today? Did you throw 7 scoreless? 'Cause I'll tell you, you smell like it.
Anything else?
No, I'm good.
No,
I'm okay.
no.
Buddy,
All right.
don't worry. We're going to Boston College to lose. Leave me alone.
Yeah. Is Nick Marsh playing?
No.
Oh, okay. Anyway, we'll talk Tiger baseball. Big game, Michael. Big game.
Big
Rico.
game.
Big game. And no Wojo today. He'll be back on Monday.
You'd kill the poor bastard. He had to work in here with you.
Oh, trust me. He's lost his sense of smell years ago. Come on.
Yeah, his nasal passage rotted out by gin.
Right, exactly.
All
I hear
right.
it affects the nasal passage.
We'll talk to everybody on Monday. Baseball, the weekend that was in football, and did Rieger shower?
Get your
Lots to
deodorizers,
discuss.
everybody.
We'll talk to you Monday.